Hey, Anthony, can you hear me? Hi, Dave.
Hello, Anna. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Happy New Year.
Same to you.
Thank
You
you.
ready for the show?
Yes, I'll watch it on via YouTube. I'll just leave in a few minutes.
Okie doke.
Yeah. Okay.
this now. Turn your video.
Morning, all. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes.
Judge.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Is there anything to address before we go on the record?
Not from the company, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Thank you, Mr. Tomei. Anybody else? All right.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, can we have I hate to say this, but I think I need another minute or two to get technically linked in. We're not. The video is not working for some reason. It's working for me, which is all that's important from my perspective, but I can't get the witness lit up yet.
That's fine. I think we have some folks who might want to be in the hearing that aren't here yet. So
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you. And I just, as predicted, there's one. And another.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, Marielle will be joining us. She's just running a little bit late. She'll be joining us
Okay.
in the office.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Absolutely. But I'm ready to get started whenever.
Okay.
And actually, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we can begin until we don't need the witness
Wait.
during the first few minutes.
That's correct, because we have some preliminary matters to address. So, Mr. Lee, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I'm doing well. And yourself?
Good.
Are you ready to begin?
I am, sir.
Thank you, sir. All right. This matter before the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission will please come to order. This is the time and place set for the hearing in the matter of New Mexico Gas Company's application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity to construct and operate a liquefied natural gas facility, which is docketed as case number 22-00309-UT. Good morning. My name is Anthony Medeiros. I'm the hearing examiner assigned by the commission to preside over this matter and issue a recommended decision on the merits of gas company's application. The record should reflect that this morning, in concert with the hearing examiner in this hearing, is Commissioner Pat O'Connell. Other commissioners will be joining. The other two commissioners will be joining the hearing as well. And will be appearing at times during the hearing as their schedules allow. I'd like to start today with getting the appearances of counsel for the parties, starting with the applicant, who appears for New Mexico Gas Company.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, appearing for the company today will be the General Counsel for New Mexico Gas Company. That's Nicole Strausser, and you can see her down below.
Yes, sir.
As well as myself, Tom Domi, and Brian Haverly. We're with the Jennings, Howe, Kelleher, and McLeod law firm, and we appear as outside counsel for New Mexico Gas Company.
Thank you. Now for the intervener parties, I'm going to go in the order of cross-examination of gas company witnesses proposed by the parties and approved by the hearing examiner in the January 5, 2024 second pre-hearing order. I'll go in that order. So I'll start with the New Mexico Attorney General. Who appears for the Attorney General?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Gideon Elliott for the New Mexico Attorney General.
Good morning, Mr. Elliott.
Morning.
Who appears for New Energy Economy?
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Christopher Dodd and Marielle Nanasi will be appearing on behalf of New Energy Economy.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Good morning.
Good morning.
Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Hearing Examiner Kara Lynch for Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Good morning, Ms. Lynch. Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning, Mr. Hearing Examiner and colleagues. I'm about to switch to my laptop. It's slower. Sydney Beatles for Western Resource Advocates.
Good morning, Ms. Beatles. Thank you. And last but obviously never least, who appears for the Commission's Utility Division staff.
Good morning, Hearing Examiner Medeiros. This is David Black appearing on behalf of the Utility Division of the Public Regulation Commission staff.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Good morning. All right, now for the preliminary matters. We have several to address. Mr. Tomei, I believe you have a request or a motion for substitution of witness.
Yes, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we requested that Mr. Eric Buchanan be substituted for a witness, Jimmy Blotter, and he has agreed to adopt her testimony, and we've attached to that testimony an exhibit with his resume and so forth for proof of his qualifications. He replaces her as the Vice President of Finance for the company, and she has moved on to other duties more in the operations area. So that's the reason for the request for substitution, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. Is there any objection to that substitution and adoption of testimony? Hearing none, the motion is granted and Mr. Buchanan will be testifying in support of and has adopted Jimmy Blotter's direct testimony.
Thank you.
I should note that that was implicit by the second pre-hearing order already suggested that that was going to be adopted. But for those of you watching on YouTube, we had already discussed this at the pre-hearing conference on Thursday, January 3rd, and I knew ahead of time that none of the parties objected to the substitution and adoption. All right, now other issues. Are there were some exhibit issues that came up last night that I think I addressed. There may be some additional. I think I addressed gas companies, Western Resource Advocates, and New Energy Economies last night. Are there any additional exhibit issues? Ms. Lynch?
Yes, Hearing Examiner, I uploaded the supplemental exhibit or supplemental responses from New Mexico Gas as Exhibit 4 for CCAE. I still need to amend our exhibit list. I'm asking your permission. May the supplemental responses be entered as an exhibit?
Well, they can be entered into Dropbox as an exhibit, like all the other exhibits in there now. None of them have been admitted. It'll take formal admission, but yes, of course. I just I'll take care of that for you as soon as you have the admitted exhibit list. I just haven't had a chance to add that CCA Exhibit 4 to Dropbox yet. This morning I didn't have time, but I'll do that at the break. Just please email me and remind me.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner?
Yes, sir.
You say that you handled that last night. I don't have an email from you in my so I need to know exactly where I stand on that. What do you want us to do?
I didn't email you. I just took care of it in Dropbox. So, and I mentioned this during the pre-hearing conference. Well, maybe I didn't, but when something like that happens, I don't have time to respond to it. I just have to go ahead and, because I had, if you look in there, frankly, I spent a long time in Dropbox last night renaming all the exhibits in there. If you look in there, you'll see that it looks different than it did before. And so just please, and this applies to all the parties, please make sure that what is in the Dropbox Exchange folder for this case is what you intend, all that you intend to be there. I'm just looking at the New Mexico Attorney General's exhibits. They changed since last night, I believe. Is that right, Mr. Gideon? Mr. Elliott? I'm sorry.
I don't believe I changed anything since last night. No. I didn't upload anything since emailing you.
Oh, they're not marked?
They are marked. They are marked, and I emailed you.
Oh.
as such.
Okay, I have New Mexico AG5 open. Could you open that one? That one's not marked on the first page. Identify for identification.
Did you not receive my email on Saturday?
I did. We communicated about it, and
Let me
but
just
I-
get to my Dropbox.
again-
I'm sorry.
again, you just may have missed that one, but I'm looking at it, and if you look at 5 in particular, I just randomly opened that one, and it's not marked. So that's why I asked, because it wasn't marked.
Okay.
I wouldn't have asked otherwise, Mr. Elliott.
Okay. Hold on. These are not the ones I did not upload it. I sent it to you directly because I did not know if you wanted me to upload them or if we were to allow you to do it. So I have my exhibits and I can upload them right now.
If you can upload them, fine. Otherwise, I'll take care of it for you. But I hadn't received. They're the corrected exhibits that came through at. You're right. I missed that email at 9:41 p.m. You're correct. So you don't need. I'll take care of it. You don't need to do anything about it. I'll get those. I apologize for that. I just missed that email. But again,
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that there's just a lot to do, as you might imagine, before a hearing, and so I can't.
Especially on Zoom. Especially on Zoom.
Right, and so late submissions, sometimes I don't get to them as I should, but the record should reflect that Mr. Elliott and the Attorney General has 16 exhibits that that are appropriately marked and that will be added to the Dropbox folder, certainly before you have the opportunity to seek their admission.
Okay.
And no later than lunch today. Hopefully I'll get that done. So, and again, apologies for missing that email, but by that time, I was on final preparations for other things and kind of shut down. So, any other exhibit issues? Ms. Beatles.
Thank you. I have a question that I should know the answer to. I wanted to ask Mr. Bullard some questions about a final order in a previous docket, 16-00097. I have been told that we don't need to seek administrative notice of previous commission orders. And however, because I want to ask him questions, should I have listed that on amongst my exhibits?
They have notice of it now.
Okay.
No.
All right.
And Mr. Domey?
Well, just what's your order? Because what order is it? Cindy, we'll have it pulled and ready for him to look.
Thank
The final
you.
order.
The final order and recommended decision.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. And the doctrine under which those documents do not require administrative notice is judicial notice of law, which may apply to one of gas company's exhibits. We'll see. And maybe some others during the course of the hearing. Any other exhibit issues? All right, we have a joint motion of New Energy Economy and CCAE to take administrative notice of Bernalillo County Board of County Commissioners Administrative Resolution number 2023-110. And my understanding, based on our discussion at the January 3 pre-hearing conference, is that gas company and no other party objects to that motion. Is that correct, Mr. Domey?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, the gas company does not object to that motion.
And do any of the other parties object to that motion to take administrative notice of the Bernalillo County resolution? Hearing none, administrative notice will be taken by the Commission of Bernalillo County Board of County Commissioners Administrative Resolution number 2023-110. All right, let's move on to, I believe it might be, I shouldn't say the last because then it won't be, but the stop talking to, okay. There was obviously some background noise. We have some redacted materials that have been submitted as in exhibits to testimony. And we talked about a procedure for handling it during the pre-hearing conference. Mr. Dome, I haven't received the unredacted material pursuant to the protective order on pink paper by email as required by the protective order yet. Is that, or did I miss it like I missed Mr. Elliott's submission?
No, Mr. Examiner, I think I was confused. I have those prepared. I can send those to you right away, but we have those prepared.
Okay.
I can send those to you.
Yeah, that's fine. We don't have to, unless it's going to be addressed with Mr. Bullard this morning, I won't necessarily need it right away. But if you could have someone who can send those along to me
and that's
via email.
And that's just to you, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
No, unfortunately, the rules require that when it's evident, when it's testimony, and it will be admitted as evidence more than likely, that the commission's records department needs a physical copy of that they sequester, that the Records Bureau sequesters in a separate folder for confidential materials. But that to be in compliance with the rule, we'll have to have that submitted to the Records Department as well. Again, in conformity with the protective order procedure for it.
So to you and to the Records Department?
Yes, sir. And you know, the commissioners and the protective order goes through who might be able to have access to those documents. And so most importantly, if the commissioners want to see those materials, I will share them with them.
That was my question, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Was it just you or the commissioners as well? But I'll just send it to you and to the Records Department, and I'll get that out right away.
Yeah, because they may not want it, but certainly I will have it for them. And again, the fewer copies you send out, the safer we are in maintaining protecting the confidentiality of the documents.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Are there any other preliminary matters? Very well then, hearing no other preliminary matters to address at this point, let's proceed to the presentation of evidence. Pursuant to 1.2.233B NMAC, the order of presentation and receipt of evidence starts in this case with the applicant, New Mexico Gas Company, who has followed according to the order of witness set forth in Exhibit A to the second pre-hearing order. But just should be noted, because there's sometimes confusion about the standard that applies, that consistent with long established legal evidentiary principles, and I should say applies at this stage of the proceeding, not on appeal when the standard is substantial evidence, that consistent with the long established evidentiary principles, the burden of going forward with the evidence and proving the merits of the relief requested in the application by a preponderance of the evidence is with the applicant gas company. So with that boilerplate, Mr. Dome, would you please call gas company's first witness?
Yes, Mr. Examiner, we would call Tom C. Bullard to the stand. And he is live.
And where?
He's over here on my.
There he is. There he is. Hi, Mr. Bullard. Sorry. let's go ahead and swear, Mr. Bullard. Sorry about that.
Okay,
Mr. Bullard, would you
Just-
please raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bullard, go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
My name is Tom C. Bullard.
And what is your position?
I am the Vice President of Engineering, Gas Management, and Technical Services for Gas Company.
Very well.
Okay, Mr. Dome, would it be possible to have, and this was part of the problem, to get Mr. Bullard a little bit closer on the camera?
To the camera, Mr. Harry?
Yeah, it just feels really remote to me. If you could move the camera closer, if that's possible. If not, that's fine.
How is that? Is that
Yes,
better?
sir. Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mr. Bullard, you have in front of you NMGC Exhibit 1. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
And that is your direct testimony as amended. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Was that prepared by you or at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any additional corrections to those that are contained in Exhibit 1 as amended?
I do not.
If I asked you those questions today verbally, would you provide me with the same answers?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Bullard, I'm handing you, or you have in front of you, NMGC Exhibit 2. You see that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
This is my rebuttal testimony in support of the application for a certificate of public convenience and necessity.
And is there an exhibit attached to that?
And exhibit,
It's
yes.
testimony and exhibit, correct?
Yes.
Was that prepared by you and at your direction?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any changes to that testimony?
I do not.
If I asked you those questions today, would you provide me with the same verbal answers?
Yes, I would.
Mr. Bullard, I'm handing you, or you have in front of you, what has been marked as NMGC Exhibit 12. You see that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
This is a letter from SHPO to the gas company regarding the cultural survey that we had performed out at the site, indicating that that SHPO did not have any concerns.
And
And
what you
that acronym, Mr. Bullard?
It is the State Historic and Preservation Office.
Thank you.
Did your department receive that letter from SHPO?
Yes,
And that letter is in your files, is that correct?
that's correct.
And then finally, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I have Exhibit 11, which is the order, the final order in the gas cost recovery case. And I think this is where I'm going to ask you, do you want me to introduce that as an exhibit? Or how do you want me to handle that exhibit?
Let's just treat it the same as the document that we were talking about, the final order and recommended decision that Ms. Beatles was talking about. It we can take judicial notice of law. Of course, if you need to put it on screen, and for any reason I can do share screen.
Very well. Then, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I would move for the admission of NMGC exhibits number 1, 2, and 12.
Is there any objection to the admission of those exhibits? Hearing none, NMGC exhibits 1, 2, and 12 are admitted.
Thank you. And with that, Your Honor, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'll pass this witness for cross-examination.
All right. We're going to start with the Attorney General, I believe, Mr. Elliott.
Yes, sir.
And you have 2 hours, 120 minutes. Is that right?
I do.
Okay, let's
Mr.
go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. You go ahead.
Well, Mr. Hearing Examiner, I was just going to ask you, I can be very specific in referencing my exhibits as they're not in Dropbox. Do you want me to share? Do you want to share screen with me?
I'll just go ahead and start, and
We'll
I
see how-
will. No, I'm going to go ahead and do it right now in
Okay.
real time here. So, but if you need to use your version, if there's some delay, just go ahead and use your version, and we'll be fine.
Okay.
Because we know what we're talking about. They're the same
Yes, sir.
exhibit, right?
Good morning, Mr. Bullard.
Good morning, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you for being here today. I assume you don't have the snow that we do here in Santa Fe.
We have a little bit, but probably not as much.
Okay. If you would please turn to page 2 of your rebuttal testimony. And let me know when you're ready.
And while he's looking for that, I'll just point out that I have the timer on, and Mr. Elliott, you're nodding yes because you know, because we used it during the rate case. But unless there is objection, there was no objection, and actually folks encouraged me to put that timer on my panel. So if anybody finds it obtrusive, I'll take it down. Otherwise, as in the rate case, hearings during September, I'll keep it up. Is there any objection to it?
Not from the company, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
I'm there, Mr. Elliott.
Okay. Mr. Bullard, at starting at line 3, you say the company is not confident that its storage provider will be able to provide gas to the company, NMGC, at critical times so that its customers are able to heat their homes and businesses. Am I correct that the last time the gas company had to curtail service due to customers was in 2011?
Yes, that is correct.
And since that time, you've not had to curtail gas service. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Was the 2011 curtailment due exclusively to Keystone's failure to deliver all of its nominated gas?
The 2011 curtailment was a result of several factors, and it's hard to say what impact Keystone was because we didn't get.
Just finish the answer, but I have, as soon as you're finished with this answer, and I'm sorry to interrupt, I have something to ask of gas company. Go ahead, Mr. Bullard.
Yes, sir. Keystone was one of several factors. Hard to say how much impact it was, but it was the inability to get supply to our gate stations.
I do have a follow-up. So one of the other factors was perhaps failure of New Mexico Gas Company's pipelines, correct? They transport gas?
No, that's not correct. It wasn't our pipelines. It was interstate pipelines and supply basins.
Okay.
Now, I have Mr. Elliott on screen when he speaks, but when Mr. Bullard speaks, it shifts to Mr. Domay. And that's a new wrinkle on me. And we need to have it shift to Mr. Bullard. How can we do that?
It's because we have this speaker connected to
Let me
yours.
try this. We have a remote speaker that's plugged into my machine. And maybe if I plug that into Bullard's machine, it will go to him. So let me try that. Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Okay. I've paused the cross-examination, Mr. Elliott, but
So you're gonna lose us for a second while we do this, but I'll try this.
that's fine. But you can understand. We need to make this hearing as much, we're off the record for a second, but we need to make this hearing as close to live as possible. And when it's not shifting the large panel to the witness, that just disoriented me for a second. And that's why I rudely interrupted Mr. Bullard's answer. It's because
So-
I was still looking at Mr. Domey.
Is this working now?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Domey.
Nope. Yes.
All right. Let's resume.
Mr. Bullard, do you know how much, so Keystone was one of the factors in 2011. Do you know how much Keystone failed to provide in 2011?
I do not. It was we weren't able to determine that because we weren't getting supplies almost from anywhere. And so it was hard to distinguish. We were not able to distinguish what portion was Keystone.
Do you know overall how much gas the company failed to or did not receive during that event from its suppliers?
I don't off the top of my head, Mr. Elliott, but I could get that. I could have somebody look that up.
Okay. And if you would pull up your formal, this is going to be NMAG Exhibit 4, which is the company's formal response to joint questions from the interveners, number 26. And in this question, we had asked Mr. Bullard the quantity of gas nominated and received from Kinder Morgan's Keystone storage facility. And you provided a table. And let me know when you have that ready.
I'm ready, Mr. Elliott.
Okay. Based on what I see here, it looked like the gas company received about 87% of its total nominated amounts in during the Yuri event. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, that looks about right looking at this table, but I would add that we were notified by Keystone during this force majeure that they would only be able to deliver a certain quantity, and so we only nominated to that quantity on 15 and 16 and 17 because we knew we couldn't nominate above that, and because we wouldn't get it. And had we nominated above that, then we would tie up capacity on the interstates and that we would need to get replacement gas to the company, to our service territory.
So on the 15th, you nominated 119,000 approximately. I guess is this in BCF?
MCF.
MCF, okay. And just for the record, MCF stands for
1,000 cubic feet.
Okay. So you nominated on the 15th, right? 119,000, and you received 104,000 MCF, roughly.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the 16th, you nominated 61,000 MCF and you received 61,000.
That's correct. And that's where, on that day, they told us we would only be able to receive or withdraw 65,000. So we limited it to that or less.
Okay. But on the 17th, you nominated 106 and you got 106.
That's correct.
And on the 18th, 60 MCF and you received 60 MCF.
That's correct.
Okay. Nevertheless, your concern is that you believe future curtailments are likely if the LNG facility is not approved.
Yes, we're concerned that we've seen force majeures over the last several years, 6 of them over the last 10 years roughly. And we had one just recently here at over the Thanksgiving holiday weekend that continued for 3 weeks. So yes, we have a concern that we could get curtailed. And even in this event, I'd point out that on the 15th, 16th, and especially on the 16th, we were limited to 65,000 when our withdrawal rights should have been up around 165,000. So had we been able to nominate more, we would have.
Well, when we say curtailment, what do we mean? Are we referring to customers who are losing service? Or are we speaking of the company not receiving the full amount it has nominated?
I apologize, Mr. Elliott. Maybe I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the Keystone facility. So
well,
that's what
I am, but
Now you're asking about the force majeure, right?
Well, I'm asking about the amount they nominated, the amount they received, and when I think of a curtailment, I think of the end use customer.
Oh,
understand.
And am I misunderstanding the use of the term?
No, I just misapplied it.
Okay.
So we talk about cuts from the from our suppliers or from the interstates or from storage, and then we use the word curtailment typically for customers. And so I'm sorry.
There's also some. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your answer, Mr. Bullard.
So if you'd like to repeat the question, if I didn't answer the question,
But let me butt in here to say that the cut isn't necessarily complete, but when we're talking about a curtailment, that means the customer is not receiving service. Is that right?
That's correct.
A cut doesn't necessarily mean you're not receiving any nominated gas. Is that right? Or does it mean a full cut? It could be a partial cut.
It can be a partial cut. Yes.
But a curtailment is not a partial curtailment.
Not to the customer, no.
Right. Okay, so they're distinct in that regard as well. Go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
Yes,
well, to follow on that point, I wanted to ask you, what, I know it's impossible for you to know, you can't predict the future, but over what time period do you believe another curtailment is likely? Would you say it's in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, 30?
Objection to the use of the word curtailment. I'm confused by that question myself.
Oh, I can rephrase it. In this sense, I mean, what do you think the probability is that customers, end-use customers, could lose service, such as what occurred in 2011? I'm referring to that, and when I'm using the term curtailment, that's what I mean. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And you're right. It's impossible to predict. I can say that we think it's a risk. We have a concern based on the number of force majeures we're seeing not only at Keystone, but on the interstate pipelines. And, to get the gas from Keystone to us, it takes not only Keystone performing, but the interstate pipelines. And so either one, having a force majeure at a severe winter weather event, which I believe is likely in the next 30 years. And it doesn't even necessarily have to be a severe winter event. It could just be a high load winter day. And we see cuts at storage and or interstate or both. It could result in curtailments, and that's a risk that we're concerned about.
Let me ask you this, how do you quantify that? Would you say there's, in terms of probabilities? Because in terms of thinking about the cost benefit here, it's, I think, important to have a sense of probability, right? Would you say it's a 1%, a 5%, 25% probability?
I don't know how to quantify that. I just think it's a real risk. I think we're seeing more volatile weather. We're seeing more and more issues at Keystone. We see issues on the pipelines, and it just takes a combination of those things to go wrong to get enough cuts that it would result in a curtailment. But I'm not able to put a probability on that.
Okay. But do you believe the LNG facility would eliminate any possibility of that curtailment?
I think the LNG facility greatly reduces that possibility. I think it greatly reduces the risk. I don't believe it's possible to completely eliminate the possibility. For instance, if the whole basin went down and we could not get any gas, that the LNG facility doesn't fix that. But it certainly provides more reliability than Keystone, and it greatly reduces the risk. For example, had we had the LNG facility in 2011, we would not have had the curtailment that we had.
I do want to come back to that, but I'm going to proceed with my question. So you say it would reduce the risk. Let me ask you, how much of a reduction of the risk of a curtailment would the LNG facility provide? Would you say it's half? It would cut the risk in half? 90%? 5%? You can pick a number anywhere along that spectrum.
Well, that's just a guess on my part. It's hard to really put a number on that. I would say my guess is it's at least half.
Okay, at least half. You also say on page 2 of your rebuttal, and I'm looking at lines 6 to 7, that because of
hold up, Mr. I want to make sure we're clear on this. When you're talking about this particular curtailment, you're not necessarily talking about the 2011 event, the risks of preventing that because of preventing that particular event, right? You didn't ask about that.
I did not.
Okay, we might want to go ahead.
I was asking about a future curtailment.
But let me just may I intercede for a second?
Yes.
And I'll pause you. Mr. Bullard, have you done a study? Is there a study in your testimony that addresses whether this LNG facility would have completely prevented the 2011 event?
I believe in my rebuttal testimony, I indicate that this facility would have eliminated the curtailment that certainly we had on the Northwest system. We didn't do an analysis to determine the impact on the Southeast, where we lost fewer customers. I think we lost something on the order of 28,000 in the Northwest. It would have absolutely prevented that. Southeast, we didn't look at that. My hunch is it would have, because we would have had we would have been able to redirect gas, but we have not analyzed that, and I'm not sure that we could.
That's why in your testimony, you talk about the 25,000 customers. You were referring to the Northwest region?
That's correct.
You weren't referring to the other 3,000 or so in the South?
That's right. That's correct.
Because if memory serves, it was about 28,000 customers in New Mexico who were curtailed. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. So, but your testimony is that it absolutely would have prevented the curtailment in the Northwest for the 25,000 customers.
Yes, it would have. And just to give you an example, that morning we saw, we saw load spike, and we weren't getting gas early that morning. And that's when we saw the, pressures drop on our transmission system, and to the point where we were going to lose the system because we were not getting gas. And that's when we had to curtail. With the LNG on the system, we would have been able to turn that on in plenty of time, get that gas into the system, and prevent that curtailment.
But you might not have had enough gas still for displacement for the South, though.
Well, we would have had enough gas for displacement, absolutely. What I'm not sure of is how the interstates were performing there, and it may not have helped, even with what was going on with the interstates.
Understood. I appreciate your very precise answer. Thank you, Mr. Bullard. I'll let you resume, Mr. Elliott.
Okay, thank you. I am going to come back to this. I just want to ask you, so on page, I'm still on page 2, and this is just the second part of your opening statement, that where you say, because of the company's concerns about Texas storage reliability, the company doesn't believe it will be able to mitigate volatile gas commodity costs in the future. Would you agree that to some extent gas commodity costs are always volatile, and that's because the market price changes every day?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. What does the company consider to be an unacceptable level of price volatility?
Well, that's a difficult question to answer. Certainly, the volatility we saw in Winter Storm Yuri is unacceptable, and there's a range. There's somewhere below that from normal volatility, a few dollars or percentage. But when we start to see it, we start to see prices double and triple or quadruple. We know that's difficult for customers, and having something like this a storage facility on our system would help to mitigate those impacts to customers.
Okay. The company acquired its gas assets in 2009. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you know when you first began to utilize underground storage at San Ysidro?
I do not know the exact date but it was I believe it was 70s or 80s.
Okay.
But I can find out if I can find that date. I can have somebody give it to me.
When did the company first start contracting with Kinder Morgan for Keystone?
I'm not sure. I can find that out. I believe it was in late 90s.
Okay. Well, going back to the 2011 event, 28,000 was the number that was listed in your rebuttal for customers that were curtailed. Is that right?
I believe that's
looking at page 4.
page 4.
Line 10. That's where it says more than 28,000.
Yes.
Okay. What do you know what the average time was for these customers that were curtailed?
I don't know the average time. I know that it took us over 7 days to get everybody back on.
And these curtailments, you said, I think there was like 3,000 that were, most of these were in the northeast of the state. Is that right? Northern New Mexico.
Northwest part of the state.
Okay,
Yes.
northwest.
Northern New Mexico. Yes.
And since that time, the company's made significant investments in its system to prevent another curtailment, right?
That's correct. Yes.
And it hasn't experienced another curtailment such as that, correct?
We have not.
Okay. And were residential and non-residential customers curtailed, or was it only residential?
It was both. It was the vast majority were residential, but it was both residential and non-residential.
And how did the company determine who was curtailed?
It was simply a section of the system. It was the I guess the back end or the top end of the system, because that's where pressures were dropping. And so what we were trying to do is keep that, the pressures drop at the end of your system, and then that, that moves closer and closer to the source. And those pressures had dropped precipitously. We're down in alarms, and that was the first area where we were going to lose. And so to prevent losing the rest of the system, we had to cut that part of the system off.
So it was where the system, it was customers who were in that region where the system failed.
Yes, that's correct.
Where precisely did you cut off in the north? Was it Santa Fe?
It was Espanola, Taos, Cuesta, and Red River, and all points in between.
So but the valve or set of valves was cut off at Santa Fe or near Santa Fe?
Near Santa Fe, just north of Santa Fe.
So regarding Winter Storm Yuri, there were no customers curtailed during that event, right?
That's correct.
Okay. But you'd agree the price spikes were significant.
Price spikes were very significant, more than we had seen ever.
But it was a regional issue, yes?
That drove the prices? Yes, it was.
Okay. And in other words, they weren't unique to the gas company.
Absolutely. No, it was, yes, it was experienced in New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, and all the way north from there up that corridor is my understanding. So
the spikes were not limited to customers of Keystone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And many utilities experienced the spikes over a broad geographical region. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I agree.
This is what is marked will be marked. It is marked NMAG Exhibit 6. And it's the company's response to NMAG 1-2. And this is where we had asked the company to provide the maximum daily demand experienced by the company in the past 5 years. Do you have that available to you?
Yes, I do. I'm there.
Okay.
And
So
for the parties, it's already in Dropbox, the marked version.
thank you. So looking at the maximum daily demand for 2022, this is, it says it was 589,845. Is it, how do I say this? Million MBTUs a day?
Yes, that's correct. It's
Okay.
we say MMBTU, but it means a million BTUs. That's correct.
Okay. How much of the and the LNG facility, it could provide a maximum of 195,000 MCFs a day. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, because there's a conversion here of units, how much of the how much of the maximum daily load could the LNG facility serve?
So just for ease, 1 MMBTU is roughly equivalent to 1 MCF. So,
Okay.
This would be equivalent. So 590,000 MMBTU is roughly 590,000 MCF.
Okay. I have so 30%, a third. Is that fair to say?
Of the maximum daily demand? Yes.
Okay. And at the maximum daily demand and vaporization rate, that means the LNG facility could operate for about 5 days. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are
then
we talking peak demand? What are we talking about in terms of demand?
I'm using
Mr. Bullard?
Oh yeah.
Mr.
Sorry.
Bullard?
What I'm looking at is this table on page 5, and this is the maximum demand we experienced in each of those years. So it is not
Okay.
it's not what we consider a peak or a design day. It's just a max we experienced in those years.
It's an average.
Well, I believe what it is the max for that year. The highest demand we saw in that particular year.
Okay.
On any given day.
Yes.
Okay. So sort of a peak.
For that year, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but yes.
And then it would take 100 days to refill the LNG tank. Is that also correct?
It would take 100 days from empty to fill the LNG, yes.
Okay. I want to move on to page 13 of your rebuttal. This is where we discuss some of the commitments the company has made. Do you have it? Let me know when you're ready.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So I think there are 9 commitments, but I'm only going to ask you about some of them. And the first one, and this starts at line 14. Or excuse me, it starts at line 3. I'm sorry. I'm looking at a bunch of numbers here. It starts at line 18.
Yes.
And here it's that the company is willing to cap the LNG construction costs at 180 million. And this includes contingencies and AFUDC. And for the record, that's allowance for funds used during construction.
Yes.
And adjusted by the actual rate of inflation as measured by the gross domestic product price index in the blue chip financial forecast between January 1, 2023 and the date of completion of the project, subject to 2 additional provisions. And before we get to the additional provisions, I wanted to ask, just want to understand, does this mean that the 180.9 million is the cap as of January 1, 2023, and then inflation would be added on top of that, beginning as of the following day?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know roughly what the GDP price adjustment might be for 2024?
I believe the forecast is somewhere around 3%, but that might be a better question for Mr. Reed.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering, Mr. Let me pause you for here because I have a lot. I'm not going to go through all my questions about these conditions here now, but I do have one about this 180.9 million. That actual rate of inflation, and this may also be for Mr. Reed or another witness, but there's a margin of error on this estimate, right? Mr. Bullard, like, what is it? Roughly 25% either way, but it could be as high as 40%.
Yes, there's a margin of error. I believe it's 25%.
Okay. But so couldn't this rate of inflation be baked into that estimate, the estimate you already have there? Wouldn't that be one of the factors? Or is it separate from that margin of error?
It's separate.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
Well, so now just moving to the 2 caveats or the 2 provisions. The first one is that the price cap does not include the cost of applicable taxes. Well, first, what are the applicable taxes that you're referring to?
The New Mexico gross receipts taxes.
Okay. And do you have an estimate for that?
I don't off the top of my head. I can get it for you, or that might be a question for Mr. Buchanan.
And the second provision, and I'm now looking, this is page 14, starting at line 10. A price cap, you agree to a price cap that protects customers in the event the company contracts for and begins construction. However, if the received contractor bids are too high to accept without exposing the company and its customers to unacceptable risk, including NMGC cost recovery, NMGC will need to consider whether the project should move forward. And my question is, in the first commit we just discussed, you say the price cap will apply to a future, I believe a future rate case where the company seeks recovery for the construction of the facility. Is it correct that the commitment of 180.9 million, it only applies to the capital costs for the project?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So does that mean that the commitment only applies to the first rate case? To that first rate case where the 180 million is at issue?
No, I don't believe it does. The way we're the commitment we've made is that we would not seek recovery beyond that cap. And it's not limited just to the first rate case for the capital costs. Yes.
For the capital cost. So, well, what if there's future upgrades over the 30-year period? How would that be? Are those capital costs?
Yes, they potentially are.
So those wouldn't be charged to customers?
No, it's the construction capital cost, the initial construction. I guess maybe I misunderstood. If that's what you meant by the initial rate case, then yes, we're only talking about the initial construction costs.
Okay. As far as future costs go, though, do you have an estimate for what those might be over the next 30 years? Type of upgrades that might be needed?
We're not anticipating any upgrades needed over the next 30 years. There would obviously be maintenance over those next 30 years. And I don't have an estimate for what those maintenance needs might be.
Okay. Well, just going back to this statement as to how the company might what the company might consider unacceptable risk to itself and customers. How do you understand what might constitute an acceptable level of risk for customers?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. That's what we're saying is we will need to evaluate the bids in total when they come in. Not only look at cost, but look at the total package and see what these EPC contractors have bid. Do they meet all the requirements? Are they taking any exceptions? So we would have to look at the whole package and then make a determination after looking at the full proposal.
Well, what would be unacceptable risk for the company?
Again, I'm not sure what that would be at this point. It would be something we would need to look at when the proposals come in. We'd look at the whole package and then as a company make that determination. You know, as a company, as we've decided we're willing to take this, provide this cap now. If things come in much differently, we'll look at the full proposal and make a determination at that time.
But in reference to what the hearing examiner just said, as far as 25% one way or the other, those are cost overruns that we're acknowledging could occur. Is that right? As far as the margins of error on the 180 million projection.
Yes, that's right.
So the company, in effect, just so I understand what the risk we're talking about here is, it's 25% greater than 180 million that the company could foreseeably or possibly not seek recovery from customers.
Yes, that's correct.
Well, would you agree Well, has the company received any bids to date for any parts of the project?
No, we have not.
Okay. Do you think there's an equal sharing of risk here for customers and the company?
I'm not sure how to answer that, I guess.
Okay. It's just a question, and that's a fair answer. So let's move to the second commitment. This one is that the company agrees to hold customers harmless for annual operating costs in excess of 4.7 million for the first full year. And my question is the company proposing any cap on operating costs after year one?
No, we're not. We don't know how O&M might escalate, especially electricity costs, power costs. So we're not proposing any cap beyond year one.
And in terms of operating costs, am I correct to assume depreciation is not included?
That's correct.
Okay. Are any taxes included in the operating cost category? Or do all the taxes fall outside of the O&M cap?
I believe all the taxes fall outside of the O&M cap.
Okay. Commitment 4. This is one that just caught me. So this one says the company will cooperate with the commission to promulgate rules for the operation of the LNG facility before the in-service date and consistent with Title 49 of the Federal Code of Regulations, Part 193. And that part governs the construction and operation of the LNG facilities. And I just wanted to understand, does this mean the plant would not go into service without the commission first promulgating those rules?
Not necessarily. So the point of this is that without these rules, it falls under federal regulations, falls under PHMSA. So PHMSA would be the authority overseeing the safety inspections and requirements, if you will. So what this is doing is saying we'll work with PSB to help them transition that. As long as my understanding is as long as we have state rules that are equal or greater than the federal rules, PHMSA will turn that over to the state for regulation.
And PHMSA is that's the pipeline hazardous material safety
administration.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. It's a division of DOT.
Right.
And didn't PHMSA, I'm going to ask this before I forget, Mr. Elliott, because since we're talking about rules, I could come back to this when I ask, but I'll just ask now. Didn't they promulgate an NOPR in March of 2023 for new rules? Mr. Bullard, do you know?
Not that I'm aware of related to LNG. They have for gas distribution, yes. And what they do for gas distribution, the state then accepts. So it's similar to what the state already does for the gas distribution and gas transmission for the LDC. This would just be adding an additional set of rules that the state would have, so that they're the regulator, the safety regulator and safety auditor.
Were those rules adopted? the new rules? Do you know?
I don't believe they've been adopted yet.
But they don't address LNG in any event.
I don't believe so.
Okay, I paused you, Mr. Elliott. Go ahead. Paused your cross-examination, I should say. Go ahead.
Well, so let me pull up, this is what's been marked NMAG Exhibit 5, which is the company's response to NMAG 1-1. And this was a response to the question, the Attorney General asked for a list of the approvals that would need to be provided.
Can we wait till he finds that, please?
Yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm there. I believe it's page 3. Is that right? Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to be clear. The commitment 4 is not in addition to what is listed here.
I'm not sure I understand that.
Well, this response provides, the approvals that you'll be seeking. Well, including the certificate of convenience and necessity. But commitment 4 says the company's going to cooperate with the commission to have these rules promulgated before the in-service date of the facility. So I guess this goes back to that first question, which is, if the rules aren't promulgated, you still intend to proceed with putting the plant in services. That's the question. Is that correct?
Oh, I see. Yes. Yeah, that would be the process right now. We would do everything we could to work with the state to have that transition. But either way, the state would work with the feds, and even if we are able to get it moved over to the state in time, likely the state would have the feds perform the first audit anyway, and that's typically how it works. Is the feds work with the state, kind of get them trained up in LNG and the codes and requirements. So if there's some timing difference in terms of getting the state up and ready, it would just be slightly, and it would work relatively the same way anyway, because the first time in, the state is going to work with PHMSA anyway.
Okay. Then just moving on to the 5th commitment. This was let me know when you're there, because we're switching around.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. This one says that the company's going to retain a third party to conduct annual safety inspections for the first 5 years. Are these costs going to be included in the revenue requirement that's charged to ratepayers?
It will not in the first year, but after that, yes, it would be treated as an ordinary expense and included.
Okay. Do you know if these costs were included in Mr. Reed's revenue requirement analysis?
No, they were not.
Moving on to number 6.
Well, let me ask about this one too. It's a little ambiguous there about what, unless there is a term of art for it. The NMS, it's on line 9, page 15. NMPSB, the Pipeline Safety Bureau, makes a showing to the commission. How would that showing be made, and what would prompt it, Mr. Bullard?
In my mind, that's just a filing from the PSB saying that they would like us to continue.
Okay.
And that's to continue conducting the annual examinations, not paying for it.
Conducting the third-party examinations, yes.
Okay. So moving on to number 6. This one is a commitment to retain a third party to conduct an annual environmental inspection for the first 5 years. And the same questions apply here. Would these costs be charged to ratepayers?
For the first year, no, but after that, in a subsequent rate case, yes, it would be treated as ordinary expense.
And do you know if these costs have been included in Mr. Reed's revenue requirement analysis?
They have not. And we don't expect either of these costs to be a lot, I guess.
Let's move on to number 7. The company agrees to file a compliance report. And this would be a report. Would this report be compiled internally?
Yes, it would.
Have the costs for preparing the reports been included in Mr. Reed's revenue requirement analysis?
No, they have not, but these would be minimal costs. It's just data that we would have internally, and we provide much of it in a similar manner in the PJC filing, and it would just be part of that sort of a filing, or it'd probably be a separate filing, but it'd be similar to that same, just gathering the data and putting the report together.
I want to move on now to talk about the regulatory asset for the costs incurred before the in-service date. You're a witness in the rate case, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. In the rate case, the company's requesting authorization to establish a reg asset for the costs incurred prior to the time the LNG facility goes into service, right?
Yes, that's right.
And that regulatory asset is estimated to be between $7 to $10 million. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. Those questions might be better directed to Mr. Buchanan. I believe he's the witness or the sponsor of that of
Okay.
that information.
But to your knowledge, the company's not seeking to begin recovery of that asset as part of its current rate case.
That's correct. We are not.
But you'll seek recovery at a future date.
We will seek recovery at a future date in the event the CCN is not approved.
And how does the regulatory asset impact the cost cap that you're committing to in this proceeding?
It would roll into the capital cost, so it's part of that capital cost.
And have you taken that into account in formulating the financial commitment that was proposed in terms of limiting the CapEx and O&M?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And am I correct that the proposed reg asset includes the cost for the 3 front-end engineering design or feed studies?
Yes, it does, but the intent was 3 feeds, but we ended up with 2 feed studies. We were unable to come to terms with one of the feed contractors.
Okay. I'd like to pull up what's been marked as NMAG Exhibit 7, and this is the company's response to NMAG 3-6.
I'm sorry, was that Exhibit 7?
Yeah, I mean, it's actually, you know, we can, don't waste your time looking for it. My
Good.
question is this.
I'm
So
there.
the 3 feed studies, in this case, the 2, do you think it would be helpful? When are they to be completed? Do you know?
They have, they were originally scheduled to be completed middle of February. They've now slipped to towards the end of March.
Do you think it would be helpful for the commission to have these studies and for the hearing examiner to have these studies before making a decision in this case?
That's a good question. I'm not certain what additional information that it provides. Certainly having them is more information that never hurts. Yeah, but unfortunately they're not scheduled to be completed until the end of March, and yeah, and I'm not certain if that won't slip again.
Okay. Well, on page 29 of your rebuttal, this is where you discuss you're responding to an MAG witness, Rosencrantz. So let me know when you're ready.
29.
Yes. And specifically lines 12 through 15.
Okay, I'm there.
And you say that the company didn't run a detailed cost analysis of a smaller tank, of a tank smaller than 1 BCF.
Wait a minute, Gideon, excuse me, objection. I'm not sure that's the correct page and line.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I think I'm on page 30. Wait, no, I'm sorry. No, I am looking at page 30.
What lines?
Beginning, well, it's this is beginning at line 11 to 15. And I'm sorry, this is about a liquefaction of a 5 million MCF option.
Yes, I'm there.
And you didn't run a detailed cost analysis of this. And am I correct? This was to save time and money?
We're not running the detailed analysis?
Yeah, you didn't think it was worth it at this point?
No, I would say it didn't. We looked at higher rates and determined that the higher rates and the additional cost weren't justified operationally. We didn't look at a lower rate because we didn't feel that made sense operationally.
Okay. Moving on to pages 37 to 38 of your rebuttal. This is where you discuss operational plans for the LNG facility. And specifically on page 38, lines 17 through 19. You say that, and you're responding to Mr. Rosencrantz here, you say, his testimony mischaracterizes the impact of the distance between Keystone Storage as well as supply pools and NMGC's receipt points as on potential for nominated quantities of gas to be cut. And I just want to understand. Well, first, does the company have any experience operating LNG facilities?
No, we do not.
One of the commitments the company has made is that it will terminate the Keystone storage agreement 1 year after the LNG facility is operational, or it will hold customers harmless for the storage costs. How confident is the company that the LNG facility will completely replace the need for storage?
We're completely confident. It's a
think that
it's better storage, actually. It provides the same amount of deliverability, but it provides numerous benefits above of Keystone. So very confident it will replace it. Just location, flexibility, control, all of those things.
Complete confidence is I think all-encompassing answer. So let's turn to page 41. And here and I'm looking, well, this paragraph, you discuss supply disruptions that the company's experienced. And at line 8, you're referring to Mr. Reed's rebuttal. You say that these types of events are not unique, or that the company is not unique in experiencing the type of issues, interstate pipeline system operational constraints, and so forth, that the company is not unique in experiencing most of these events. And my question is, does the company have concerns about the reliability of any of its arrangements with other suppliers?
To some degree, yes, which is part of the reason for storage, is so that we have that backup if in the event that we're unable to get supply out of the basin. So sometimes producers will declare force majeure due to issues with the supplies in the basin. So that's one of the drivers for storage.
Since the 2011 curtailment, do you have a rough sense of what percentage of gas nominations the company has, or Keystone's failed to provide?
I do not have a rough percentage, no. We can try to get that.
On lines, well, let's turn to page 43.
Would this be an appropriate time for a break?
Sure.
Mr. Elliott? And while we do that, I just have my first bench request, which Mr. Bullard already volunteered to provide an answer to, which is the percentage of the nomination of gas from Keystone that since the 2011 event that Keystone has failed to provide the company. That's bench request number 1. Is that relatively clear? I'm trying to frame it in the terms that you put it, Mr. Bullard. Can you answer that? And a bench request response?
I believe we can, yes.
Okay, let's make that bench request number 1. And then let's take a break from now until 10:50. We're on a 15-minute break. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Dome?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I was just gonna say, well, I couldn't hear you and it doesn't show that you're on mute.
Oh, I see what you're saying. No, because the one that you need to look at is the one Bullard has the Bullard. Watch, when I do this, Bullard will. So it's the Bullard one that you look at. He's got the mic.
All right, thank you, sir.
We're all in one room, so.
Right. Right, there you go. We're live now.
All right, are we ready to proceed?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I might, before we start, I wanted to mention that we have those redacted documents that we can email to you. But as I understand it, you want us to hand deliver or deliver a hard copy to the records office, but they're closed today. And so we're not going to be able to do that.
That's fine. It doesn't have to be today. We just need it during the hearing. And I'm sorry for not making that clear.
So we will have that. We will email those to you promptly.
Thank you. It's just a requirement of the commission's rules that evidence be, you know,
Very well.
at least some of it physically, at least those confidential documents. That's a distinction that we have, like in discovery and the protective order, you handle it one way. But if it's going to be handled as evidence, then we need to have the Records Bureau involved. If there's nothing else, Mr. Lee, are you ready to go back on the record?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's go back on the record then. We're back from our morning break on this first day of hearings in case number 22-00309-UT. And just before the break, I issued a bench request, the first bench request to gas company regarding the cuts, I believe, from the Keystone facilities, the Kinder Morgan Keystone Storage facility since 2011. I'd like to amend that bench request to include cuts since the beginning of the contract. Whenever the contract began that first year, I'd like a delineation for the commission of in every year the amount that of nominations that were not fulfilled from Keystone. Is that feasible, Mr. Bullard?
I don't know how far back we have data. We'll go as far back as we have data for.
Yes, please. As far back as you have data. So I want to see whether there's a trend in which direction. In fact, let me ask you now, have you noticed a trend over time? Has it gotten worse? Has it plateaued, gone back and forth? Or has the problem gotten worse?
Well, I honestly, I don't think showing the cuts from nominations is going to show much of anything. What's gotten worse is force majeures, because what What we don't have is the times we get asked to reduce our nomination. And there's no way that we can go back and tell that. So what, as I mentioned before, what happens frequently is they'll declare a constrained condition and call us and tell us, you can only nominate to this level. And we won't have records of that.
You won't have records of that.
No, we won't. No.
What will you have what will you have records of that will be meaningful?
The number of force majeures, yeah, I've not, we have recently started keeping track of the times they call us to do that, but we've only done that recently, unfortunately.
Well, I think I'd still like to have, to put it in more layman's terms, how much gas have you contracted for and how much have you not received due to whatever operational issue that Keystone may have? One. And then two, a list, unless it's already in the record, and forgive me if I missed it, or a list of every single force majeure event that Keystone is called. Is that feasible?
Yes, that's feasible.
Okay, can that be included in one bench request, a two-part first bench request?
Yes.
Okay, that's bench request number one then, as amended. Now let's get back to Mr. Elliott's cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Bullard, let's pick up at page 43 of your rebuttal. And specifically at lines 14 through 15, you say that during Winter Storm Yuri, the LNG facility would have been able to provide half of the swing gas required. What percentage of total gas requirements during Winter Storm Yuri consisted of swing gas?
Give me a second to think through that. It was roughly 60% of the daily requirement was swing gas. Rough numbers.
Okay. And am I correct that in addition to swing gas, baseload gas was also impacted by the price spikes?
No, not during Winter Storm Yuri. The baseload gas was not impacted by price spikes.
Okay. And why was that? That's because
baseload gas is tied to first of the month index. So that was already pegged and locked in.
And Winter Storm Yuri was on, do you remember what the dates? It was over a holiday weekend, correct?
It was February 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, I believe.
Okay. I'd like you to pull up what I've marked as NMAG Exhibit 8. This is the company's response to WRA 4-5. Do you have it there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And you essentially stated, this is your response, that the LNG facility cannot eliminate the risk of curtailment, but it would have prevented the curtailments that occurred in 2011. if Keystone had been able to supply the company with all of its nominated gas during the 2011 event, would there still have been a curtailment?
Had we been able to get that additional gas, whether from Keystone suppliers, the pipeline, that amount of additional gas, had we been able to get that to our system, we would not have had the curtailment. What the LNG does is it's just, we're in control, it's on our system.
Well, just to clarify, I'm only asking about Keystone. If Keystone had been able to supply all of the gas you'd nominated.
It's impossible to separate that in that event, because it's, as I mentioned before, we didn't get gas at our city gate, and it was, we weren't able to, it was widespread, and we weren't able to determine which pieces of gas we got and didn't get. It's just, we didn't get a huge block of gas, and that's what resulted in the curtailment.
Okay. Let's move on to what I've marked as NMAG Exhibit 9. This is the company's response to CCAE 1-6. And I've included in this the exhibit that's referenced in your response. That's CCA Exhibit 1-6B.
Yes.
And this exhibit provides the question was it requested a list of other times when the interstate pipelines were unable to deliver gas to receipt points for various reasons. And just to clarify at the outset, other times referenced in the question addressed deliveries other than those during the February 2011 event. Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And the attachment, it shows various shortfalls by pipeline and shipper. Is that right?
That's correct.
And do these shortfalls include Keystone?
These do not include Keystone. No, the question, I believe, was specifically for pipeline. Yeah, daily pipeline volume cuts.
So if we wanted to have a comprehensive picture of shortfalls by both shipper and supplier, we'd be looking at not just Keystone, but other suppliers that are they listed here? Or these are just shippers?
They're not specifically listed here, but some of the pipeline cuts could be related to shipper or suppliers not delivering. And that's not shown here.
Okay. So can we identify, how would I identify the shipper? Is it, so for instance, location, party, so shipper 30? I see that one.
Yes, party is, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Is that coded to is there like a reference table for this?
The party column indicates whether it's New Mexico Gas shipping that we're asking for it. And then the shipper is just if it's a transportation customer asking for it.
Okay. Moving on, does the company, am I correct? The company does not currently hedge swing gas. Is that right? It just does base gas?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I want to move on to NMAG. This is NMAG Exhibit 10, and it's the company's response to AG 2-2. And this exhibit, it includes the referenced NMGC exhibit, NMGC exhibit AG 2-21. And this is gas purchase quantities by month. Let me know when you have that.
I'm there.
Okay. And it covers July 2020 through June 2023. Are storage withdrawals from Keystone sufficient to meet all the swing gas requirements?
They're not. No, it's as I mentioned before, we're able to on high load days, if we're able to get our full withdrawal rights out of Keystone on a high load day, it would cover approximately half of the swing gas needs.
Okay. And so similarly, the withdrawals from the LNG wouldn't be enough to meet all swing gas requirements either. Is that right?
That's correct. It's this same amount of capacity out of the LNG facility versus Keystone, and with the difference that we have that capacity coming out of LNG until we fully withdraw everything. The difference from Keystone is once it gets below a certain level, it ratchets down, and that withdrawal capability drops to a lower number.
And another distinction would be that the LNG tank can be depleted in 5 days, and Keystone would be about 9 days.
Yes, yeah, that's roughly correct.
So let's move on to NMAG Exhibit 11. This is the company's response to AG 2-3. This is where the company was asked about losing the ability to inject storage if daily purchases exceeded daily demand.
Yes.
Okay. And the company responded that it hoped to reduce its need for over purchases of swing gas, but that it may also utilize temporary parking services and operational balancing agreements to address over purchases. And my question is, can you explain to me what a temporary parking service is, and if the company currently uses them?
Yes, a temporary parking service is the ability to, in the event that we have oversupply, we can park that gas on an interstate pipeline for a short period until we can draw it off. For example, if we over-nominate, we overestimate the amount of gas needed, or we overbuy expecting cuts, and the load doesn't show up. So we ask for 100,000, and we only get the load. The need is 80,000, so we have 20,000 more than the system can handle. There's an ability sometimes to park it on the interstate pipeline, assuming they have capacity, for a fee, and then pull it off the next day or the day after when you have room on your system to pull that gas.
Okay. And do you currently use those sort of parking services?
We have a couple of times, so very, very rarely.
So have the costs of either the temporary parking service or operational balancing agreements, have those been factored into your revenue requirement for the in your analysis for this case?
They have not. They're minimal costs. They're, you know, fractions of a cent on the MMBTU, and there's the expectations is we would rarely, if ever, need to use that.
Okay. I want to reference now exhibit JJR-3. And I think this was to the errata. If I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm mistaken. Am I in the errata?
We're looking, Dave.
It gets on page 45.
It's attached to read as amended, read direct as amended. It's a one-page exhibit, JGR3. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Okay, he's got it now in front of him.
Okay. So as I was looking at this sideways, I understand this to show that there was about a Keystone failure to provide about 12% of its nominated gas, cost ratepayers about $14.6 million. And what I wanted to ask is, that's the total extraordinary expense for Yuri was about 107 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And I think you go on to suggest that an additional 29 million could have been saved if the LNG project was operational and various other actions had been taken by the company during that time. Is that right?
I think, are you talking about my testimony or
Might be Reed as
Reed?
well.
Right.
Well, there's different testimony on this that conflicts, it seems to me, and I'll address that later. But the figure I see in Mr. Bullard's rebuttal is only 14.6 million.
Okay, pardon me. Well, let me ask this question though. Do the other scenarios assume that the LNG tank was full prior to the winter storm Yuri?
No, the other scenarios assume a level commensurate with what I had outlined in my testimony regarding the operations and what we would expect to have at the beginning of each month, and I'm not certain. I don't remember exactly what that was. I believe it's around 600,000. And that's so anyway, it wasn't assuming it was full.
Okay. But the additional savings that you discuss, they rely on the company sort of having perfect knowledge of how the events would have played out over the next few days, right?
In my testimony or Mr. Reed's testimony?
Well, Mr. Reed's testimony.
I'm not certain of that. That's probably a better question for Mr. Reed.
But on JJ3 as amended, the showing there of savings on line 45 total, the column total is 10.7 million, isn't it? Line 43 minus line 42 times line 39. And then that's proactive use of LNG. Is that right? And then total savings on line 48 is $43,211,032. Is that right?
That's my, well, there's also a line above that for at 24 for replacement gas storage. And I'm not, I'd hate to misinterpret Mr. Reed's data or analysis, but I think it's the sum of all three of those.
And the sum of all three of those?
For that total savings listed at the bottom, I think it is. But
okay. Yeah, well, that's what it says well, anyway, what it says there on line 24 for the record is 13.8 million. Line 24 column total, right?
Yes.
Well, let's get back to that $14.6 million figure that is part of the question. It's not part of your answer, but you seem to accept that as a roughly accurate figure. Can you explain the discrepancy between the figures in Reed's exhibit and his testimony and the $14.6 million? To be specific, only $14.6 million of the $107 million in extraordinary gas costs could have realistically been prevented. I took that to mean savings. Is that the same concept, savings, prevention, and savings?
Yes.
So what does this $14.6 million figure represent?
Looking at this figure in Mr. Reed's testimony, I believe that was the original number before it was amended, the 14.6. And then I believe he amended it. That's my thinking, but again, that's probably a better question.
Well, but that's probably right, because the amendment does strike out 14 in green, $14,633,629. And so it may be, and we'll have to confirm with Mr. Reed, that in your rebuttal, which was filed coterminously, well, actually was filed after the redirect. So this should have been corrected here probably. It probably should read 13.8 million instead of 14.6 million there. Shouldn't it?
I'm sorry, where in my rebuttal?
page 44, line 4.
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, so the record should reflect then that while it says there 14.6 million, if I were to include this in my recommended decision, when I refer to that testimony on page 44, line 4, that figure should say only 13.8 million of the $107 million. Correct?
I believe that's correct. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. So, Mr. Bullard, my question is how these savings would have been achieved. And I think what's stated is that it would have required, whether I can't remember if it was you or if it was Mr. Reed, but regardless, that it would have required careful consideration of the market prices, current LNG inventory levels, and expectations for the remainder of the winter and other factors. Is that, do you agree that that's what's in? Do you agree with that statement?
Yes, I believe that is what Mr. Reed stated in his testimony.
Yeah. So would you also agree that Yuri was somewhat unique, though, in that it occurred over a holiday weekend?
Yes, somewhat unique. It's not unusual to have storms over holiday weekends, such as Christmas, New Year's. There are several holiday weekends throughout the heating season where you could have a winter storm.
But the weekend in this respect impacted the ability to nominate or the demand in that customers were home.
What it really affected is the way you have to nominate. You have to nominate ratably for the full weekend. You know, on every weekend you nominate ratably for Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday for 4 days. If a holiday falls in on that, such as happened here, it can be 5 days or even up to 6 days. For instance, with this year with Christmas on a Monday and the 26th being a holiday as well.
So what actions? Well, the actions that you lay out that would have resulted in these additional savings, they would have depleted the LNG tank after 5 days. Isn't that right?
No, I don't believe that's correct. We weren't contemplating, and I don't believe in any of these, of supplying the full 195 a day.
Okay.
Not-
Well, let me just say, so I'm pretty much done now, but I just want to ask you a policy question. And it involves a statement on page 49.
Of my
Of your
rebuttal.
rebuttal. Yeah. And starting at line 8. and this is in response to, well, let me just read what you say. So starting at line 8, the interrogatory asked, what is NMGC's growth forecast based on? The answer was that the forecast is based on forecasting from current impacts and demands. And you go on at line 11 to say the fact that current climate policy in New Mexico, policies in New Mexico have not decreased customer demands for reliable gas, or the fact is that current climate policies have not decreased demands for reliable gas. And that statement, it references the current status, right? That's the current situation as you understand it.
Yes, that's correct. When we perform the demand studies for peak day demands, we look at historical with a greater emphasis on more recent history. So it factors into account whatever climate policies are in effect during that period.
Has the company conducted an analysis or reviewed any external analyses that look at the possible trajectories of future customer growth that accounts for current and potential climate policies?
We've looked at the EIA most recent energy forecast, so Energy Information Administration. Their annual energy outlook, and their most recent annual energy outlook indicates a relatively steady and flat demand out to 2050.
And do you know what some of those key assumptions are for that analysis and the findings?
Again, the assumptions policies were as of the date of the publish, and that the impacts of the current policies in place.
And some of those policies are, well, okay, thank you. I just want to circle back. There was one other question I had, and I just, before I get to the exhibits, I'd asked you early on about inflation with respect to the $180 million cap. Do you recall that question? It was about, it was in reference to commitment number 1.
Yes.
Okay. And I asked you about inflation that would be added as of 2024. I wanted to also ask you if you knew what the inflation would be for 2023.
I don't. I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Mr. Reed might.
Okay. I have no further questions, but at this time, I'd like to move for the admission of exhibits NMAG 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Did you address all of those?
Let me make sure I did. I think I might have skipped over 11.
I don't recall. Okay.
I did not reference 11, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So, but you did reference 4. Please give me the list that you did reference. I'd have to look back in the real-time transcript to
4,
go ahead.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
there any objection to the admission of NMEAG exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10?
No objection to those. And by the way, he did reference exhibit 11. So that
Oh,
would.
thank you, Mr. Domi. I
You're welcome.
appreciate your catching my mistake.
Okay, so is there any objection as well to the admission of NMAG Exhibit 11?
No, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Hearing no objection, NMAG Exhibits 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 are admitted, and they are already included in the Dropbox Exchange folder for this case.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Bullard. Appreciate your time and your careful answers.
Yes.
You're welcome.
And
Thank you.
thank you. Mr. Bullard, has that EIA study of demand out to 2050, has that informed any internal, more granular New Mexico analyses that the company may have conducted of demand, of customer demand, or all customer demand, including shipping, transportation customers, not just retail or gas service customers?
It has, it's not in detail. It is not informed. It's used as we use it as a backdrop to our analysis of customer demand based on historicals.
And how far out have you analyzed customer demand, and do you do it on a regular basis? How far out do you project?
We project out about 4 years.
And what could you provide that latest projection, because it is an issue in this case?
Yes, we can.
So, and is that in the rate case? Did you provide that, or is it, or do you just do a test year there for demand?
I'm not certain.
I don't know. We can check, Mr. Hearing Examiner, we can check and find out, but we can respond to a bench request. And I take it that's number 2. We can provide that, Mr.
That the latest 4-year projection, if that's the farthest out it goes. And in relation to that, please attach that EIA study as well.
Yes, sir.
That's bench request number 2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now let's move to New Energy Economy's cross-examination of Mr. Bullard. Mr. Dodd, are you up for that? I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Bullard. Go ahead.
May I request just a 5-minute break?
Absolutely. 5-minute break before we move to Mr. Dodd.
Thank you.
Okay.
You did do that thing there. I think we're back on.
We are back on, Mr. Dome. Mr. Bullard, I hope that break was sufficient. If you need other breaks, don't hesitate.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Yes, that was sufficient.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. Dodd, would you care to proceed with your cross-examination, Mr. Bullard?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good morning, Mr. Bullard.
Good morning.
I'd like you to pull up New Energy Economies exhibits. Specifically, we're going to be talking about exhibits 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 8. Let me know. I'd like to go to number 2 first, please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dodd, which one first?
Number 2, please.
Okay. I'm there.
Now, New Energy Economy exhibit number 2 is the gas company's responses and supplemental responses to New Energy Economy's first set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes.
You swore to the veracity of these responses?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 2 are true and correct, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, if you could please go to New Energy Economy Exhibit 3. New Energy Economy Exhibit 3 is the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's fourth set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes.
You swore to the veracity of these responses?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 3 are true and correct?
That's correct.
All right. Turning to New Energy Economy Exhibit 4. This is the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's fourth set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Oh, I'm sorry. Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
And just so we're clear for the record, these are the redacted, no longer confidential responses to request for production 4-13, correct?
That's correct.
And these were financial forecasting documents that were produced by the gas company?
That's correct.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 4 are true and correct?
That's correct.
Moving to New Energy Economy Exhibit 5. This is the gas company's responses to the New Mexico Attorney General's second set of interrogatories and requests for production, correct?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes.
And you swore to the veracity of these responses?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 5 are true and correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And moving to New Energy Economy Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7 is the gas company's responses and supplemental responses to New Energy Economy's second set of interrogatories and requests for production. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you reviewed the responses to these interrogatories and requests for production?
Yes,
You swore to the veracity of these responses?
yes,
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 7 are true and correct?
that's correct.
Objection.
Please state your objection.
Simply that, for instance, 2-12 in that exhibit is responded to by Michael Barkley. And so to the extent, I understand the process, but to the extent that he did not answer that question, obviously, he's not held to the veracity of that question, but the ones that his name is attached to, yes, so.
Objection noted, and the qualification has been made with regard to 2-12 that Mr. Barclay is responsible for. Mr. Dodd, are you comfortable with that?
Yes.
Okay. So objection sustained in that limited regard.
And Mr. Bullard, specifically with regards to New Energy Economy Exhibit 7, you were responsible for the responses to interrogatories 2-2, 2-9, 2-13, and 2-14, correct?
Yes, in conjunction with Mr. Barkley.
Okay. And so those responses and the materials contained within that exhibit that were the parts that you responded to, those are true and correct, correct?
That's correct.
And then turning finally to New Energy Economy Exhibit 8. Exhibit 8 is the gas company's responses to New Energy Economy's 5th set of interrogatories and requests for production. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you reviewed the responses to the interrogatories 5-4 and 5-5 contained within this document, correct?
That's correct.
And you swore to the veracity of those responses contained within Exhibit 8, correct?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, the responses and materials contained within New Energy Economy Exhibit 8, specifically the portions that you were responsible for responding to, those are true and correct, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you for that. I'd like to move now to addressing some of the questions that were asked of you previously on cross, okay?
Yes.
You stated previously that the LNG facility that's now proposed, and I believe this is a quote, absolutely would have prevented the 2011 customer curtailments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree that that presumes that the LNG facility is actually operational and online, right?
That's correct.
Now, as you testified on cross with the Attorney General, the gas company doesn't have any experience operating an LNG facility, right?
That's correct.
And so you don't have any experience with downtime, do you?
That's correct.
And so, for example, if something went wrong with the LNG facility, it could completely go offline, right?
Yes, it has that. That's a potential.
And that would in fact be much more catastrophic than the partial cuts proposed or that were caused by Kinder Morgan when Keystone was put under force majeure, because those were only partial cuts, correct?
Well, and let me back up to that previous answer. It could go offline in the sense that you couldn't liquefy. However, you would still have the ability to vaporize because there is redundant systems for the vaporization. So it's extreme. I couldn't imagine a scenario where you would not be able to vaporize and deliver gas to the system. Because of that, there's a redundancy, a triple redundancy, if you will, for vaporization.
Right. There are 3 different vaporization I'll call them modules. Does that sound fair?
Yes,
And each one has a capacity of 65,000 MCF, correct?
that's correct.
And so assuming that all three of those are operational, the maximum vaporization is 195,000 MCF.
That's correct.
If you lose one of those, your maximum vaporization is then 130,000 MCF, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If you lose two of them, your maximum vaporization is 65,000 MCF.
Yes, that's correct.
And if you were to lose all three, you would have absolutely no ability to draw out of the tank, correct?
That's correct.
Additionally, so that's one point of failure, is that redundant three vaporization modules. But also, if you had a fault of some kind with the tank, there's no redundancy for the tank, correct? The tank is the tank.
There is one tank, that's correct.
And so should there be a fault with the tank, you could the LNG facility could potentially go completely offline.
That's correct.
And if that happened, the outcome for the gas company would be far more severe than the partial curtailments caused during the force majeure at the Keystone facility, right?
I disagree. It'd be the same as not getting gas from Keystone.
Well, but when force majeure has occurred at Keystone, they still allow you to draw some gas. They don't allow you to draw all of it, right?
Typically, I'm not sure on every force majeure, but I'd have to go back and look. But typically, but it's not just. And let me clarify, it's not just force majeure with Keystone necessarily. It's force majeure anywhere along the supply chain. So the advantage of the LNG is it's on system, and we don't have to rely on the basin, Keystone, and interstate.
So I'd like to ask you a question. Has New Mexico Gas Company ever been in a position where it couldn't access a single MCF of any of its stored gas?
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look.
Probably
Well,
not.
what do you mean by its stored gas? Does that include Keystone?
Correct, including Keystone. Any stored gas, like right now, the only place that the gas company stores gas is at Keystone. Is that right?
That's right.
Has Keystone ever told you you can't withdraw a single MCF?
I don't believe so, but
Okay.
I'd have to go back and verify.
Okay. All right. Now, wouldn't you agree that as temperature falls, it becomes more difficult to reliably get gas out of an LNG facility?
No, not necessarily. It all depends on what the LNG facility is designed for.
Okay. Well, just as a matter of, I don't know, thermodynamics, physics, whatever it is, I'm just a lawyer. In order to vaporize liquefied natural gas, you have to apply heat, correct?
That's correct.
And so the lower the ambient temperature, the more heat that you have to apply to vaporize the gas.
It's the amount of additional is negligible, immeasurable, because it's you're all you have to do is heat it up past the minus 170. So you don't even have to heat it up to ambient. So the ambient temperature has minimal effect on the amount of heat required to vaporize.
Okay. Now, you would agree that as temperature falls, gas demand typically increases, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I'd like to move to another topic that was brought up during the Attorney General's questioning. Just to be clear, the number of force majeures declared does not equal the number of times that your ability to nominate and receive gas was affected, correct?
I'm sorry, can you restate that, please?
So if force majeure is declared, that in and of itself does not mean that you can't get to your stored gas at Keystone, correct?
It typically means that it impacts some of it, but yeah, not all of it.
Okay. And just because force majeure was declared, that doesn't indicate the degree of any amount of cuts that were imposed, correct?
That's correct. And in fact, it typically doesn't, because it's as I mentioned before, we frequently get told you can only nominate to this. And so that's not always reflected in the force majeure. No. So, and it's not reflected in what we nominate, because we nominate to the level they indicate is available.
And when did you start tracking Kinder Morgan's requests to limit your nominations?
Just recently, but in the past year.
Okay, so while this application has been pending?
Yes.
All right, now, there was some discussion on prior cross-examination about this annual compliance report that the gas company has agreed to file each year. Would that compliance report include disclosures of any leaks or releases of natural gas?
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right, now, towards the end of your cross-examination by the Attorney General, there was discussion about the LNG use during Winter Storm Yuri, and specifically discussion about JJR3. Could you please pull up JJR3?
That's JJR3 amended.
Yes.
Okay.
Objection. Again, this is JJR3. This is not a Bullard exhibit. So to the extent that he can add, but we're asking him a lot of questions about an exhibit that he didn't prepare. So I object to the line of questioning with regard to this exhibit. JJR3 is Reed, and Reed would be the better witness.
Dodd?
This witness's testimony that's been filed is reliant upon the figures contained in JJR3 and refers to the figures contained in JJR3. And so
Right.
I think it's fair for me to ask the witness about them.
Let's see what questions you ask about them, but the objection for now is overruled.
All right, give me just a moment to get it in front of myself as well. All right. So you indicated during your cross by the Attorney General's office that there was not an assumption that the gas company was going into Yuri with a full LNG tank. Is that right?
That is what I said, yes. But as I look at his exhibit now, he does indicate that it was full. So I misstated that on his exhibit. And that's my mixing up his exhibit with our analysis. My assumption that, you know, when we look at it, we're not going into that storm full. But
right, because in reality, there's very little chance that you're heading into a storm in February with a completely full LNG tank, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Now, if we look at line 11 of JJR3 as amended, that's the amount of gas that is supplied by the LNG rather than having to go on the market to buy it. Is that correct?
That appears to be correct, but it's probably a better question for Mr. Reed.
Okay. And so ultimately it contemplated this sort of analysis that was done by Mr. Reed contemplated using 631,000 MCFs of gas just to meet demand during Winter Storm Yuri, correct?
Well, I don't believe it's to meet demand. It was to supplement the swing gas, is I think the way I would characterize it. But again, that's a better question for Mr. Reed.
Okay. But basically you guys would have needed gas, and so you'd use, this is assuming you'd use 631,000 MCF out of the tank, right?
I think that's what it says, yes.
So more than half the tank, you'd use it up in just a 6-day time frame.
Yes.
That's from what, Saturday, February 13th through Thursday, February 18th, is that right?
Yes.
Where does it say MCF? We're just assuming that's MCF, right? Mr. Dodd, I'm asking you. You said MCF. I'm looking for that specification on this exhibit.
I actually don't know, Mr. Hearing Examiner. It doesn't seem to say. Down towards the bottom, it talks about MMBTUs.
Right.
But I think we had testimony earlier that those are.
All right, well, let's follow up with Mr. Reed if we can't find the answer on this document to make sure but I'll just ask Mr. Bullard, do you think Mr. Reed meant MCFs there for that 631,004 on line 11, column total?
I'm not sure if he meant MCF or MMBTU, but they're roughly equivalent.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm trying to move no, Mr. Bullard, did you have anything else to say, or did I cut you off? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dodd.
All right. So basically, Mr. Reed is assuming in here that you would draw down over 60% of your entire store of gas during Winter Storm Yuri if the LNG facility had been used, right?
Objection. That question was Mr. Reed is assuming, and I think that has crossed the line as to what.
Sustained.
Okay.
As I said, Mr. Dodd, we go question by question on this exhibit.
Sure. So Mr. Bullard, you testified within your direct and redirect testimony or rebuttal testimony about some of the savings from this chart, right?
Yes.
This 14.6 million that we were talking about previously, which is now, it looks like, been amended down to 13.8 million.
That's correct.
And the way that we get to that figure is based on how much gas would have been able to be drawn out of the LNG plant, right?
Yes.
And that's, assuming that this is in MCFs, it's 631,000, which is over 60% of the capacity of the LNG facility, right?
Right.
Okay. Now, moving on from this exhibit, assuming that you fully use the LNG facility to draw down 195,000 MCF per day during a time of peak demand. Based on what was discussed with the Attorney General, that would only, the LNG facility could only provide about a third of that total gas need, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So with the Attorney General, you went through a chart that showed the full amounts or the maximum daily amounts of gas each year. And I think the top figure was somewhere shy of 600,000 MCF. Is that right?
That's right. Yes.
And so on that day, right, let's just imagine, because you're going to have one of those days each year, right?
Yes.
On that day, if you use the LNG facility completely to draw down maximum amount, it's only going to cover about a third of the gas needs for that day, right?
If we were to do it, yes, but that's typically not the way we operate. We would not typically send out the full capacity. It would, it obviously depend on the severity of the storm, but on a day like those days that are depicted in that table, we would withdraw much less. Similar to the way we use Keystone, we typically withdraw less than the full capacity.
Okay. All right. So now I want to talk about the corporate ownership of the gas company, okay? So actually, let me go back real quick. So in those instances where you can't draw more from the LNG facility, that means that you have to go onto the market and buy at market prices, regardless of the price, right?
And yes, I mean, that's what we have to do today. Yes.
Okay. And that's what you would have to do even with the LNG facility if you can't draw enough out of the LNG tank.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the gas company is a subsidiary of Emera. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The gas company was acquired by Emera.
Could you, Mr. Bullard, just spell Emera for the record, please?
EMERA.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I got something in my throat. Let me take a drink real quick.
And Emera is a publicly traded company.
Yes, it is. It's publicly traded on the Toronto Stock Exchange, I believe.
And the gas company's profits go to Emera.
The gas company dividends a certain amount to Emera each year.
Okay. And that's a payment of the profits from that year, correct?
Yes.
How much are we talking about there in terms of profits each year?
I don't know the answer to that.
He doesn't know the answer to that, so let's move on.
Now, the gas company doesn't directly make profits on its sales of gas to customers, correct?
That's correct.
The costs of acquiring the natural gas is passed through without any added profit for the company.
Yes, that's correct.
The costs of acquiring the gas include the actual cost of purchasing the gas, the cost of transporting the gas hedging costs, gas storage costs, etc.
Yes.
And so instead of profiting from the sale of gas, the primary way that the gas company makes profits is by investing in infrastructure and getting a fixed return or a fixed return on equity or ROE, correct?
That is the utility model. Yes, as a utility invests capital for infrastructure, it earns a return on that capital.
And so you would agree that it is in Emera and the gas company's financial interest for capital expenditures to be as high as possible.
No, I don't think I would agree with that. That if it's capital expenditures as high as possible would eventually put us out of business, because then the cost to the customer is too much. So we balance our our capital needs with the needs of the customers.
Okay. But ultimately, the more capital expenditures you have, the higher your return on equity, right?
Not necessarily. The rest of the equation includes O&M expenses and taxes and a bunch of other things that probably Witness Buchanan would be better at answering, but there's a lot of other pieces to the calculation.
So the amount that a higher capital expenditure doesn't mean that you get a higher ROE?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, now what is the current rate of the ROE as set?
Again, that's a better question for Witness Buchanan, but I believe it's 9.375.
And in the next rate case, the gas company is requesting an ROE of 10.5%. Isn't that right?
I believe that's right, but again, that's probably a better question for Mr. Buchanan.
Okay. All right, well, let me ask this. Currently, the Keystone costs, those are not a capital expenditure, correct?
That's correct.
The Keystone costs are one of those pass-through costs.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so the proposal before the hearing examiner in this hearing is to switch from a pass-through cost to a capital expenditure, correct?
Well, the proposal is to replace a storage facility that we don't control, that is not on our system, that we have reliability issues, with a storage facility that we do control that is on our system.
And in doing so, to switch from a pass-through cost to a capital expenditure that you can get an ROE on, correct?
It does indeed switch it from a pass-through cost to a capital expenditure. Yes.
Thank you. And with that in mind, I'd like to talk about the cost of this proposed LNG facility, okay?
Yes.
Currently, the capital cost of the project is estimated to be $180.9 million.
Yes.
Now, as recently as 2022, the cost was expected to be only $120 million. Isn't that right?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
And so I'd like to actually go to, if you could go to New Energy Economy Exhibit 4, please. These are those redacted financial forecasting documents. Let me know when you're ready with those.
Four.
And so specifically, if you could go to PDF page 5, which is the executive summary of the 2022 long-term forecast.
Yeah, I'm confused.
I'm sorry, I'm not here. I don't know where you're at.
So you've got, do you have New Energy Economy Exhibit 4 pulled up?
I do.
All right, if you could go to the 5th page of that.
So it's
It's numbered at the top as page 2 of 23, 4-13.2. Got it?
yeah, I'm there.
Okay. And so if we look here at this exhibit, it states that capital expenditures during the 2022 to 2027 period total approximately 790 million, which includes 120 million to construct and own liquefied natural gas storage, liquefaction, and regasification facilities to be completed by December 2026, correct?
Yes,
And so this financial forecast was from May 11th of 22. Is that right?
that's right.
And so at that time, the expectation was that the project would be would have a capital cost of 120 million.
Yes,
Now, 3 months later, there was a revised long-term financial forecast that was released on August 11th of 22, correct?
is that in this exhibit?
Yes, if you just keep flipping to it, it'll be labeled at the top as NEE 4-13.3. Do you see that one?
Yes, I'm there.
And so that was released 3 months later on August 11th of 22.
Yes,
And if you flip to the executive summary on the following page,
He's there.
I'm there.
The reason for this modified long-term forecast was to, quote, reflect the impacts of the pending settlement in the 2021 rate case, correct?
That's correct.
And this 2022 modified long-term forecast indicated that the cost of the LNG facility was probably going to be higher than that $120 million figure, but it still used the $120 million figure in its assumptions, correct?
That's a better question for Mr. Buchanan, who prepared these.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you see that there on the executive summary, it says includes the following primary assumptions. And then for capital expenditures, it says 120 million to construct and own the LNG storage facility. And then it does follow up with more recent studies indicate that the costs of 180 to 180 million, correct?
Correct.
But so the assumption that's being used for the numbers contained within this forecast is still the 120 million figure.
Yes, it appears so. But again, that's probably a better question for Mr. Buchanan, but I would agree that's what it looks like.
Okay. Now, due to the results of the 2021 rate case, the 2022 modified long-term forecast indicated a less favorable financial future for the company. Is that right?
That is definitely a question for Mr. Buchanan.
Okay. Now, moving to the 2023 long-term financial forecast, and that should be in there as 4-13.4. Let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
Okay. This financial forecast adopted the higher $181 million figure for the LNG project, didn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that turned the financial picture around for the forecast, correct?
That's a better question for Mr. Buchanan. It certainly, I mean, anytime you change the forecast, it changes the picture. But that's a better question for Mr. Buchanan.
And so why don't we look at the executive summary that has the charts on it? It's labeled executive summary continued. It's PDF page 18, but it may be listed. Oh, it's page 3 of that report. Do you see it?
Yes.
The projected net income for 2025 went up, correct?
Yes.
The 2026 projected net income also went up.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
And so did the 2027 projected net income, right?
Yes.
And similarly, the projected rate base expanded pretty dramatically under the new LNG cost amount as well. Is that right?
Rate base is increasing over time as you would expect it.
And adjusting the cost of the LNG plant from 120 million to 181 million substantially increased the rate base, correct?
Well, it increases the rate base by 60 million. Yes.
And what we ultimately see here is we see a rate base projected to increase by what, nearly 60% in just 5 years. Isn't that right?
No, that doesn't look right. 60% increase? I'm not seeing that.
Well, so let's flip back to the original 2022 forecast. So this was back when we were looking at the $120 million figure. And that's 4-13.2.
Yes.
And it's page 3 of the document. Do you see that one with the one with the same kind of charts on it?
Yes.
And if you look at the second chart that's there, the rate base chart.
Yes.
The expected rate base for 2022, as of the initial 2022 forecast, was 765 million, correct?
Yes.
And then when we go, and so that's the starting point is, you know, in 2022, the forecast for the 2022 rate base is 765 million, right?
Yes.
And then when we go back down to 13.4, page 3. Are you there?
Yes.
We get to a projected rate base in 2027 of 1.229 billion, correct?
Yes.
And so that means that the forecasted rate base increased from 765 million to what's now expected to be 1.229 billion in 2027 in just 5 years, right?
Yes.
So I just want to be very clear that the LNG facility is a good opportunity for the gas company to make money, right?
Objection.
State the basis for the objection, please.
The objection is based upon that is a mischaracterization of the motivation for the company and the witness's testimony about what was the objective in filing for the LNG.
Mr. Dodd?
This goes to a motive of the gas company to seek out this particular option to try to address any potential reliability and price volatility issues. that they could-
Overruled. Overruled.
So, Mr. Bullard, I'll restate the question. The truth is that the LNG facility is a good opportunity for the gas company to make money, isn't it?
Anytime you add to rate base, which is what we do over time, and as you pointed out, our rate base is increasing over that 5 years by on the order of 500 million, I guess, is what you pointed out, something like that. The LNG is a portion of that, 180 million of that. The decision to invest in LNG has nothing to do with long-term forecasts, with earnings. We internally look at need for our customers, for our system, and we come up with our whole set of projects and capital expenditures. And that's what drives our decision and our capital plan.
Okay.
Mr. Dodd, your time is up. Do you have any further questions for Mr. Bullard?
I do, and I'm going to be asking to borrow some time. Could I have just a moment, please?
Sure.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, would it be okay if we broke for lunch and I can look at our allotted time for our witnesses and sort of reallocate?
Yes.
That would be
Is
wonderful.
that okay? Is that okay with you, Mr. Bullard?
Yes.
All right, let's break for an hour and come back at 1:25 p.m. We're in recess until 1:25. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
you need a new one? One. You need one?
Good afternoon. Back from our lunch break. We're still waiting for the gas company folks. There they are. And Mr. Bullard. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Mr. Dodd's cross-examination for new energy economy and Mr. Bullard continues. However, before we do continue, I'd like to know, Mr. Dodd, how much more time do you have with Mr. Bullard, and which witness or witnesses are you going to take away this time from?
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I expect that I have probably about 20 more minutes of questioning, and I'd like to take 10 minutes from my allotted time with Mr. Yardley, reducing that from 20 minutes to 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes from my time with Mr. Rilkoff, reducing that from 30 minutes to 20 minutes. And then if I run over at all, I'll certainly try to figure out exactly where I'm going to pull it from then.
So originally you had new energy economy had, I want to make sure I have it right, 200 minutes total?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I've got it right then, because I have Mr. Bullard was 65. Did you say Yardley to 10?
40, Mr. Bullard was 45.
Right, now it's 65.
Yes. Yes. And then
And-
Mr. Yardley will go from 20 to 10 and Mr. Wilkoff from 30 to 20.
Okay, we're on the same page. So I'll go ahead and just start the clock, and when we get to 20, we'll see where you are, okay?
Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
All right, Mr. Bullard, I'd like to turn back to New Energy Economy Exhibit 4. And Mr. Hearing Examiner, may I share my screen to highlight this?
Let me make you co-host to do that. Okay, go ahead. Hopefully it'll work.
I think it's working. All right, can you see that, Mr. Bullard?
Yes, I can.
Now, this document is from that 2023 financial forecast, correct?
Thanks.
Let me scroll up. I can scroll up to show you.
Okay, yes.
All right, I'm looking at page 3 of that now. And I want to look at these highlights. Specifically, it says that the increase in income in 2026 and 2027 was a result of the factoring in of those increased costs of construction of the LNG storage facility. Isn't that right?
Objection
And the basis for the objection?
is that I think the paragraph in its entirety should be read, which includes and other capital spending to support safety, reliability, and customer growth in the question.
Sustained.
Okay, so in part, the projected increase in income in 2026 and 2027 was a result of the increased cost of construction of the LNG storage facility, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And any other additional income growth was the result of additional capital spending, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I'll stop sharing at this point. All right. Now, are you aware that other LNG facility construction costs have gone significantly over budget?
I'm somewhat aware that there have been some construction overruns. I don't know what you mean by significantly. I don't know by how much, but I'm aware that there have in some instances, as with all projects,
Sure.
cost overruns.
Sure. So for example, Southwest Gas Company, which operates a lot of the supply in Arizona, they finished constructing a smaller LNG storage facility in 2019, correct?
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm not intimately familiar with when they completed it, when it went online, but yeah, that lines up with my thinking.
Sure. Okay. And you're aware that the projected cost of that facility was 46 million with a hard cap set at the time of they're getting commission approval of 50 million, correct?
I'm not familiar with what their commission results were, what they, what exactly they said it was going to cost, and what if they had a cap, what that cap was. I'm not familiar with any of that.
Okay. So you're not also familiar with the fact that they ended up having to go back to their commission. Ultimately, the facility costs nearly $76 million.
Yes, I am familiar with that. I did hear that. Yes.
And so that's one instance of a significant cost overrun in constructing an LNG facility, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that LNG facility for Southwest Gas Company, that was actually online at the time of Winter Storm Yuri, right?
Yes, that lines up.
Are you aware that that facility only saved the Southwest Gas Company approximately $2 million in the wake of Winter Storm Yuri and the price volatility?
No, I'm not aware of that.
All right.
But my understanding is it's a significantly different type of facility as well. And I don't know how they use it. They use it the way we use storage. If they use it the way we would use this storage, certainly, I know they certainly couldn't use it the way we'd use ours. It's much smaller facility. It's a quarter BCF. I'm not sure the send out, but I believe the send out is much less. And they don't liquefy, they truck in. So it's a much different facility.
Okay. Now talking about the cost estimate provided by Lisbon in this case, that cost estimate is subject to change, right?
It is, but it's not subject to change for our customers. We've agreed to a cap.
Okay. And that cost estimate, just talking about the cost estimate at this point, there's an expected accuracy range of negative 15%, meaning, it could cost 15% less than expected to build it, or it could go positive 50%, meaning it costs 50% more to build it, correct?
I think the 50% number is too high. The number I have in my head is 25%.
So I'd like to direct you to your direct testimony at pages, I think it's 57. Let me pull it up. Yes, 57 to 58. Line 22 on page 57 to line 5 on page 58.
Of his direct?
Correct.
My direct testimony?
Correct.
All right, give me a second to get there.
That's New Mexico Gas Company exhibit number 1 is amended.
So, I'm sorry, tell me again the pages, 50, what'd you say?
Actually, sorry, 56 to 57. Bottom of page 56 to top of page.
Yes.
You see there that the range is negative 15% to positive 50%, correct?
For a class 4 AACE cost estimate, yes.
And that was what Lisbon did in this case, correct?
They worked to a class 4 versus a class 3, but I believe witness Barkley discusses in his testimony that he felt it was closer to, it was in between a class 3 and a class 4, and he was he believed that the estimate was closer to plus 25%.
Okay. All right. So what that means is, assuming that we accept that, you know, this -15 to plus 50% range that you give in your direct testimony, what that means is that even if Lisbon's cost estimate is within the expected accuracy range, the cost of this LNG facility could be up to $271.5 million, correct?
Not to the customer, no.
But that's not what I'm asking, right? I'm asking just the total construction cost from the cost estimate could be up to $271.5 million. Right?
The estimate could be up to $240 in my head, 50% of 180, 92, what'd you say, 270? Yep, okay. Yep, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to interpose an objection at this point in time. And that is page 56 of Mr. Bullard's testimony, line 13, talks about the contingency that's applicable to this facility that is contained in TCB 4 and says that it's a 20% contingency. So my objection is that they're misreading the testimony by implying a 50% contingency when that is just a number for a class 4, but in this case, the contingency is 20%, as testified to by this witness on page 56, line 13.
Mr. Dodd?
Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's what redirect examination would be for. If he wants to clean that up and explain it, then I'd ask that he do so in his time.
You know, I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's when you're asking about this testimony, and you did ask about this testimony, didn't you, Mr. Dodd?
I did.
56 and 57. Well, that's what it states there, doesn't it?
To some extent, and I can go into it a little bit more, I guess.
Go ahead.
But
that objection was sustained.
Okay. So there's discussion of a 20% contingency on page 56 of your direct testimony, correct?
That's correct.
But then the next question to you was, could the cost estimates change, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was yes. Correct?
Yes.
And that's because it was a class 4 cost estimate, and then you talk about what that means, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Now, that's only for the construction costs. That doesn't address additional costs. So, for example, the application discusses O&M costs, right?
That's right.
But O&M costs do not include, for example, future regulatory compliance costs, right?
Potential future compliance costs? Yes. Yeah, it doesn't include unknown costs.
Right. So I'd like to go to exhibits, New Energy Economy Exhibit 7. And this is on PDF pages 7 and 8. So sequential pages 7 and 8 of that document. I know it's difficult because you have paper in front of you.
I think I'm there.
And so what you talk about in this part of this, of your response to this, your supplemental response to this interrogatory, is the different kinds of permits that you have to get to apply for. You got to get them and comply with them, right?
Is that on page 4? Okay.
I think it's that page there. I think that's
3 and 4. Okay. Yes. Yes.
And so in order to construct and operate the LNG facility, there are at least 20 different permits that you have to apply for, obtain, and comply with, right?
There are a number of permits. I don't know if it's 20. I don't know if all of these permits, we listed permits that are potential permits. Well, I'm not certain that all of these are required, but yes, there will be a number of permits required.
Okay. And additionally, the gas company is going to have to meet all sorts of safety and regulatory requirements in the operation of the LNG facility, right?
Yes, that's correct.
There will be local, state, and federal requirements.
Yes.
And do you have estimates of how much compliance with all of these requirements will cost?
I don't have detailed estimates, but that those compliance activities are included in the current O&M estimate.
Your testimony is that the compliance requirements and costs are contained within O&M.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I want to talk about the gas company's plans to expand its use of natural gas. Okay. You would agree that as a natural gas company, the gas company, the New Mexico Gas Company, has an interest in greater consumption and use of natural gas, right?
Not necessarily. Let me explain that. And I think you mentioned this earlier. The company earns nothing on the consumption of natural gas. It's a pass-through.
Sure.
So just increasing natural gas, the company is completely indifferent. The company would certainly like to see additional customers, and that what that does is that spreads the cost around across more customers. So having additional customers is a benefit for the company and the customers we already have.
Additionally, having more customers means that you get to build more infrastructure to serve all of those customers, right?
Potentially, it depends on where the customers are, but yes, as you know, it typically requires a line extension, for instance.
And so one of the things that the gas company is hoping to do with the LNG facility is to use it to expand future capacity, correct?
No, that's not correct. The LNG facility really does nothing for capacity. It's a storage facility right on our existing system, and so our existing system has a fixed capacity, and it has to be able to carry the supply regardless of where we get it. And so the LNG facility doesn't increase capacity, doesn't increase usage, doesn't increase consumption.
Okay. I'd like to turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3.
And let me know when you're there.
I'm there. Okay.
If you could go to the 8th page of that document, it's a spreadsheet. And it's titled at the top, NMGC Exhibit NEE 4-7.
Page
1 of 5.
1 of 5.
Are you there?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'd like you to, I know this is small font. Can you read that?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Yeah. I have to zoom in on my computer, so. So under the justification section of the report, one of the things that it says, well, actually, first of all, let me clarify what we're looking at. This is an internal gas company project justification report for this LNG project, correct?
What this is when we develop our capital plan, we put together project justifications, and that goes into some software that we have that ranks based on the impact on the system, the need, reliability, safety, all of that sort of thing. And so when we put those in, we require the engineers to list all of the justifications for that project that could possibly help to justify the project.
Okay. And so
and what software do you use? Excuse me, Mr. Dodd. Do you recall, Mr. Bullard?
Yeah, the software is the vendor is Copperleaf, and the actual software is called C55.
Thank you.
So under the justification section of the report, one of the things it says, and I'd like you to track along as I read this, it says, quote, LNG storage could become a key component of NMGC future capacity expansion plans and revenue generation by allowing installation of satellite LNG storage tanks that could provide natural gas service to remote areas of New Mexico. These satellite tanks would be supported from the proposed LNG facility design. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did. And what we're talking about there, and first I'd point out it's could. It's not the primary function of the facility. But what we're talking about there is we have low points on our system where we frequently have concerns about pressures dropping, and we've thought about in a couple locations, one in particular, about adding satellite LNG to provide a backup supply, so that when we start to lose pressure on the primary supply, this supply is able to backfeed that system. And what these satellite facilities are is basically a couple of tanks, horizontal tanks, and you fill them with trucked in LNG.
I'm sorry, you fill them with?
Trucked in LNG. My apologies.
Mr. Dodd, we're in extra time, or as they call it in football or soccer, injury time.
Yes. Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I please take my remaining 10 minutes from my examination of Mr. Yardley and use that here, please?
Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. All right. So one of the things that the gas company hopes that it might be able to do with this LNG project is to grow its customer base throughout the state by using these satellite LNG facilities that are serviced by the liquefaction at the LNG facility in Rio Rancho, correct?
No, I would not say that's correct. I mean, that's the engineer that entered this, that's used some language that I wouldn't use, but what's the way I would characterize it is that it's for existing customers, an existing system, but backup supply, backfeed an existing system.
Okay. Now, if we continue to look at the justification section of the report, it also states, quote, other revenue opportunities include leasing seasonal LNG storage capacity and providing LNG fuel services. Markets for LNG include backup and standby fuel for power generation, as well as backup fuel source to critical national laboratory and Department of Defense facilities. Combined with the emerging LNG transportation markets and New Mexico's strategic location in the Southwest and Mexico transportation corridors, New Mexico Gas Company would be positioned to leverage the investment in LNG storage and liquefaction to pursue future growth and obtain new revenue. Did I read that accurately?
Yes, you did. And let me explain that. So that's potential opportunities down the line. We don't know if they exist, but that potential may be there. And if we were ever to go down that path, we have committed to filing a compliance report with the commission before we did that. And in addition, if we were able to do that, the revenue generated would offset the revenue requirement from the customers.
Okay. So basically what this is saying is that New Mexico Gas Company might use the LNG facility for leasing storage space and selling LNG as backup fuel to non-gas customer or gas company customers, correct?
No, that's not correct. They would be all existing gas company customers, backup for existing gas companies such as the labs. Leasing storage space would be, for instance, transportation customers that are already on our system that might want storage space. And again, it's just it's kind of a pie in the sky potential that may be out there someday. We don't know if it exists, but if it did, if it were to come up after we had the facility in service for a number of years and we're comfortable with it, we would absolutely look at that potential. And we would go to the commission first before we would move forward with that. And any revenue generated from that would help offset revenue requirements from our customers.
And let me go ahead. I paused Mr. Dodd's cross-examination. Please go ahead, Mr. Dome.
That was what I was going to point out, is that the clock has stopped.
Okay, I did pause it for a second because I wanted to ask now before I forget. Mr. Bullard, is this facility capable of being expanded?
Yes, I believe it is capable of being expanded. We've asked, in fact, I know it is. We've asked that as part of the design, there be consideration if we ever wanted to add additional liquefaction or additional vaporization, that there be room for that. But no, just in terms of making sure that there's room available.
So there's sufficient space on that site to add tanks and pumps and whatever else you would need to expand the project, the capacity of the project, the storage capacity.
Limited room for additional tanks, but room for additional liquefaction and vaporization for sure.
Go ahead.
I think there might be room to add a smaller tank, but I don't know that there's room to add the same size tank.
And is there an estimate of the upper limit of the expansion possibility for the facility?
There's not, but I would say there's probably there would be the ability to double the amount of liquefaction. I believe that's possible. Vaporization, it's less than double. And additional storage would be probably about half.
Okay, I'm gonna resume the cross-examination.
All right. Mr. Bullard, I'd like to talk now about one known way to mitigate price spikes, hedging.
I'm sorry, are we done with this?
Yes.
Okay.
In the natural gas industry, one significant way to hedge against high gas prices is to buy call options as a form of insurance. Correct?
Yes, it is.
And the the options contracts act as they're a price protection, basically a ceiling on how much you'll have to pay for the gas, right?
That's correct.
And the gas company uses hedging strategies for its base load gas.
That's correct.
I'd like to turn to New Energy Economy Exhibit 2. Specifically, pages 17 and 18. Really, use page 18. If you could go to page 18, please.
Okay.
This chart documents some of or a lot of the hedging that the gas company does for its base load gas, correct?
That is correct.
Where does the gas company buy these call options from?
We buy them from different counterparties. We go out and there's a handful of counterparties, I think 6, 7, something like that we have ISDAs, and I'm not going to remember the what that acronym stands for, but it means we're able to enter into these transactions. And I'd say half of them are marketers, and half of them are financial institutions.
Great. So financial institutions like Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, places like that, big trading desks, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And these hedging strategies, they've been highly successful, haven't they?
I would say they were very successful in this past winter, January 23. They have not. I mean, they have not paid out in too many years before that. I think if you look at this table, that same table you referred me to, you can see when they've paid out.
Yeah.
And
and
right.
So looking at this chart, we could see that in the past 10 years, the gas company has spent a little under $39 million on call options, right?
Yes.
And in the same time period, those call options have paid out $123.5 million.
That's correct.
And so for every dollar spent on call options, they've paid out $3 in savings, right?
Well, over that period of time, yes, but the vast majority of that, 120 million of that, was in January of 23, this past year.
Because there was high price volatility, right?
That's right.
And so the hedging did what it was supposed to do. And it meant that it saved the ratepayers that kind of money in terms of the base load gas, right?
That's right.
Now, you only do hedging at the gas company for base load gas. You don't do it for swing gas, right?
That's right.
Your testimony is that the gas company explored the use of hedging to control swing gas price volatility, right?
Yes, we have on a number of occasions, and it was prohibitively expensive. You know, we looked at a couple of years ago, or I forget exactly when, but we looked at hedging the swing volumes over the winter months, and it was in excess of 100 million to hedge those volumes just for one winter. So very expensive. And then we've looked at looking at a subset of that, and it's still prohibitively expensive, and you get a very small amount. You don't get to hedge all of it. You know, you hedge a much smaller amount, but it's still more it still didn't make sense, especially compared to say the LNG. It was more than to hedge the small volume was more than the differential in the revenue requirement for the LNG. And in fact, just this past week, we reached out again because this week is cold. We saw this cold weather coming in. We're starting to see some price volatility over the weekend. We saw prices spike from $4 and $5 into the $10 and $15 range. So again, we reached out to see if it's possible to just get a price collar on the amounts of gas we were buying for the week. And we had one respondent who said, no, we couldn't do that. And the other three we reached out just didn't even respond. So it's either very expensive or not available has been our experience.
Now, in your testimony in this case, in your direct testimony, you talk about one phone call to ConocoPhillips to explore hedging, correct?
What page is that? The
PDF page 31. Give me 1 second and I'll tell you what page, like what paginated page it is. It's your direct. Looks like it's page 30, I think.
Okay, I'm on page 30.
All right. And so you're talking here about contacting a swing gas provider. That was ConocoPhillips, correct?
I don't remember who that was.
All right. I'd like to turn your attention to New Energy Economy Exhibit 2 at pages 26 to 28. Really, it's on page 28.
Yes,
That was ConocoPhillips.
that's correct.
Now, ConocoPhillips has been a gas supplier that the gas company has worked with since 2002, correct?
Yes.
You would agree that they have an interest in selling you gas, right?
Yes, sure.
In fact, they have an interest in selling you high-priced gas, right?
The way we purchase gas is we have numerous contracts with several suppliers, and these contracts are tied beforehand to index prices, and so they're fixed to either, so the baseload gases are fixed to first of the month index, and then the day ahead and intraday are fixed to gas daily indexes.
Now, ultimately, the only people that you spoke to about hedging were one of your suppliers, correct?
No, that's not correct. I think maybe at this time that might have been correct, but and then I'm not even sure if it was then, but that's the example we gave. I'm not sure if that's the only the one that we had spoken to, but we have spoken since, at least, to other suppliers.
But that's not documented anywhere in the records of this case, correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Dodd, we're in extra time again.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. I'd like to take 10 minutes of my time designated for Mr. Reed and designate it to this witness, please.
And will this be the last redesignation?
I am truly hoping so.
I'm sure Mr. Bullard is too. So I'll put you down for 85 now for Mr. Bullard, and you said 10 from
Mr. Reed.
who? Reed. Okay, 35 with Reed. All right, proceed, please.
Thank you. And so you didn't hire any investment bankers to do a comprehensive analysis of the different hedging strategies that could be done for your swing gas volume, correct?
We have not hired a financial advisor to do an analysis, no, but we have reached out on occasion to financial counterparties to see if it was available. And I think, and actually, Mr. Reed might be able to provide more insight into the availability of swing gas hedges. I think he's familiar with the national market and understands what's available out there even much better than we do.
Okay. So ultimately, when you spoke to ConocoPhillips, what you found was that they were telling you it was going to be really expensive to do hedging on your swing gas, right?
That's correct.
They told you it'd be like $100 million a year for a complete price protection for all of your swing gas, right?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And then, you guys asked about doing sort of upper end price protection at a higher strike price for all of the swing gas, and that would have been like $10 million a year, right?
Yes, it would have been $10 million a year, and it would have been it wouldn't been for all of it. It would have been for a portion of it.
Okay. And that would have protected you against high price volatility for a significant portion of your swing gas volume, correct?
It would provide a price protection up to for 180,000 per month. So, and it would cost that, as you said, the 10 million per year, which would be 300 million over the life of the facility.
Okay. But so basically, for the same cost as just the construction costs of building the LNG facility, you could protect against high-end price spikes for 18 years, correct?
Theoretically, if it was still available, you could protect for a portion of that for theoretically for 18 years, but it also provides no reliability. And that would be on top of the cost of storage, because we would still need storage.
And as we talked about earlier, that would also be a pass-through cost, correct?
That's right.
It wouldn't be a capital expenditure.
That's right.
And so the gas company wouldn't be able to make any money off of that, correct?
It would be a much higher cost to the customer, so that we'd be doubling down on the customer.
All right. Now I want to talk about Winter Storm Yuri. Okay, this is going to be my last topic.
Okay.
The main reason that Winter Storm Yuri was expensive was because the gas company's storage was exclusively with Kinder Morgan at the Keystone Storage Facility, correct?
I apologize. Can you repeat that?
So the main reason that Winter Storm Yuri ended up being really expensive for the gas company and its customers is because all of the stored gas that the gas company needed access to when prices were high was stored exclusively with Kinder Morgan at the Keystone Storage Facility, correct?
I would say the main reason Winter Storm Yuri was so expensive for our customers and all of the customers in the region was prices spiked astronomically to to more than 10 times what they were earlier in the week.
Okay.
And we could have, but if what you're asking is, had we been able to get more out of storage, could we have mitigated a large portion of that? Yes. So the amount that we were able, the full 107 million that it cost the customers was not solely due to not getting all of our gas out of storage, but we would have been able to mitigate a large portion of that had we been able to get all of our gas out of storage.
Okay. And but ultimately, Kinder Morgan and the Keystone facility declared force majeure. They cut the amount of gas that you could withdraw, and so you had to go buy gas on the swing market, right?
That's right.
And the Keystone facility was and continues to be to this day the only storage facility that the gas company uses.
That's correct.
Now, the plan with the LNG facility is to get rid of the storage at Keystone and to use the LNG facility exclusively within 1 year, right?
That's right.
And the reason that you got to, sort of switch all over completely to LNG is because it would just be way too expensive to both build an LNG facility and keep the Keystone storage, right?
Well, it would be additional cost for our customers. That's right.
And so the plan is to rely solely on the LNG facility.
That's correct.
Now, both of these plans, the Keystone plan that's currently in place for storage of gas and the LNG plan, you would agree that they both have a single fail point, correct?
No, I would not agree. No, the Keystone Keystone facility has not only the fail point of the facility itself, but there's a fail point of the interstate pipelines, getting that gas to us. The LNG is right on our system.
Okay.
So we have the ability to just, there's no in between. In addition, we control that. And also, as I stated before, it would take 3 highly unlikely failures on the LNG facility not to get gas out of that facility and into our system, because we have triple redundancy on the vaporizers. Yeah.
But you would agree that if something goes wrong with the LNG plant, that could keep you from being able to get your gas out of it, right?
Not if it would take a lot to go wrong. We've not to be able to get gas out of it. As I said, there's the triple redundancy on the gasification module, if you will.
Have you looked at and considered the effects that an earthquake could have on the LNG facility?
That is part of the feed, and the contractors will take that into account and make sure that is accounted for in the design. We have provided geotechnical studies that were used in the pre-feed analysis, and an additional geotech study will be performed before the feed is completed.
And that's
So any seismic activity, any seismic potential will be accounted for in the design.
And that's because you're aware that the proposed LNG facility site is located within the Rio Grande Rift, which is a seismically active region, correct?
It is located in what is in the overall corridor considered as the Rio Grande Rift. Yes, it's not located in the what's considered the high seismic activity portion of the Rio Grande Rift. It's located on the outskirts of that Rio Grande Rift. But there is, yeah, it's one of it's considered to have some seismic activity. Yes.
Okay. Now, did you guys ever explore using the Grandma Ridge storage facility in Eunice, New Mexico?
Yes, we did, and determined pretty early on that was not operationally feasible. It is a depleted reservoir, and well, for a number of reasons, it's not operationally feasible. One is because it's a depleted reservoir, it takes a very high amount of working gas, meaning you have to leave a bunch of gas in, and I'm sort of making up these numbers, but they're in the ballpark, I believe. You had to have 6 to 7 BCF of gas in their facility to get 15,000 out. So much less than we're able to get out of Keystone or the LNG facility, while tying up a bunch of gas to just get that amount out. And that was the max deliverability they had available. In addition, it wasn't, it would have taken over 10 miles of large diameter pipe to connect it to the interstates that we have capacity on. It was not connected to the interstate pipeline that we have capacity on. So it wasn't operationally feasible.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, could I ask one additional question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. But the truth is, Mr. Bullard, that the gas company didn't ever explore using 2 different storage facilities simultaneously and avoiding the problem of keeping all of your eggs in one basket, did it?
No, we did. We looked at using Grandma Ridge simultaneously with Keystone, and it didn't make any sense from an operational standpoint.
Okay.
Or from a cost standpoint.
But nothing about that is contained anywhere.
That's a second question.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You may ask it, but I'm just.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
But nothing about that examination or looking into that is contained anywhere within the records within this case, correct?
I don't think so, but it was a interrogatory. It was a discovery question.
That's all that I have, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dodd. Mr. Bullard, would you like 5 minutes before we move to the next cross-examination?
Yes, please.
Yeah, is that sufficient? 5 minutes? Just for a quick refresh?
I think it's.
Because I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Apologies, go ahead and answer.
It is sufficient, thank you.
All right, but what I wanted to say is there will be another an afternoon break of 15 minutes here a little bit later on, but I want to give you 5 now. But before I do, and it won't cut into your 5 minutes, when you talk about the feed, the core reporters accurately understood and reported that it is an acronym, FEED, but what it stands for is front-end engineering design. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Let's take 5. We're in recess for 5. Thank you. Well, that was a quick 5 minutes, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Ms. Lynch, are you ready for your
Mr. Hearing
cross-exam?
Examiner?
Who was that? Mr. Dodd?
Mr. Dodd.
Yeah,
Yes.
go
I
ahead.
just, at this point, I wanted to move for the admission of new energy economy exhibits 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor. I know, Mr. Hearing Examiner, that's fine. You're not moving for 7 and 8?
No, because those were the ones that were Mr. Bullard only did some of them. And so what I'll do is I'll move those in later once I've done the other parts with the other people.
Thank you.
Okay, hearing no objection, any E exhibits 2, 3, 4, and 5 are admitted.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
You're welcome. Ms. Lynch, you have 45 minutes with Mr. Bullard.
Hello, Mr. Bullard. I'm the attorney for the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy.
Hello.
Hey, and just to help set us up, I am going to be referring to CCAE exhibits 3, 4, and 5. 5 was recently added, but you likely have access because they were Exhibit 5 is New Mexico Gas Company's responses to CCAE interrogatories 1.
Yes, I think I have them. I think I have them all.
Okay, great. So to begin with, I just wanted to explore the meaningful consultation segment that you address in some of the interrogatories. Many of these questions refer to Exhibit 4, the company's supplemental responses to CCAE interrogatories 1. My first question I have for you is, has the company met with the All Pueblo Council of Governors?
We have not met with them specifically. We had and I don't remember what meeting it was, but we had representatives open up a meeting for them and mention the LNG facility at that meeting.
Okay, do you have plans to meet with the All Pueblo Council of Governors?
What we've done is we've sent letters to all of the pueblos in the state, plus a couple of others, and I think that's in a supplemental response. But we sent letters detailing the facility to all the to governors of the pueblos and tribes and nations in the state, and to the couple of others that the petroglyph monument indicated had an interest in that area.
And if I might, Tom, the supplemental answer is on the back of that page. So.
Oh, okay.
No,
Okay. You state in your supplemental responses that New Mexico Gas Company had meetings with Sandia Pueblo and San Felipe Pueblo, correct?
That's correct.
Did either of these pueblos, as they were represented, have concerns about the construction of the LNG facility?
They did not after we met with them. You know, I think they had they wanted information. We sat with them, gave them the information, and after we went through everything, showed them where it was. They had no concerns.
And who were they represented by? Do you know?
You mean the titles?
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. It escapes me.
Okay. As stated in your discovery response 114 supplemental responses, the company provided that Laguna Pueblo is only 8.53 miles from the facility. New Mexico Gas Company has not spoken to a representative of Laguna Pueblo about the proposed LNG facility, correct?
We have not, but we have sent them, they received the same letter all of the other pueblos did, yes.
Laguna is the closest pueblo to the facility, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What survey are you referring to when you state you met with the New Mexico Land Office in November 2023?
Where are you referring?
In that supplemental response, let me I can help you navigate if needed.
I see what you're saying. I found it. Yes. The survey I'm referring to there is a survey that we had done on the site. I believe we provided it in my either as a response to an interrogatory or provided in my supplemental.
That would be exhibit 1 to the rebuttal testimony.
Do you have a title for that?
The title is the Class 3 Cultural Resource Inventory of the 150.11 acre parcel, Rio Rancho, Bernalillo County, New Mexico.
I'm sorry, 150.11 acre,
Parcel,
and continue, please.
Rio Rancho, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, by Paleo West.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Dated May 10th, 2022.
Okay. And throughout New Mexico Gas Company's rebuttal and in the exhibit, you referred to SHPO or SHPO report. Is that the same report or the results from the survey?
The SHPO is the State Historic Preservation Officer. What I'm referring to there is we provided that report to SHPO, and SHPO indicated they had no concern.
All right, that's New Mexico Gas Company's Exhibit 12. Just if you want to refer to it or for other parties. Exhibit 12 provides that the parcel identified for the LNG facility does not contain cultural or historical artifacts, correct?
Let me get that exhibit. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Exhibit 12, the SHPO report provides that the parcel identified for the LNG facility does not contain cultural or historical artifacts.
No, it doesn't say that.
What would you conclude that it says?
It says that that there is a that there is a road that is a historic road. But if that would require more research, but if we're being avoided, then it has no effect. And so, and we're not impacting that historic road. So I guess in a sense, it is saying that. You're right.
From your perspective, is it possible at all that construction of the LNG facility could bring the company onto nearby plots that do contain culturally significant artifacts?
No, I don't believe it would, or it could.
What makes you believe that?
Well, the construction is contained on the 160-acre site.
If the company does encounter culturally significant artifacts, you have a process for stopping construction, correct?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Well, isn't there a typo in this NMG Exhibit 12, Mr. Bullard? I'm trying to read that last sentence of the second substantive paragraph. The SHPO concurs that, comma, if this site is avoided by project construction, period, then capital T, this project will have no effect on LA 76955. Shouldn't that last period, that period after construction, be a comma? And then isn't that a incomplete sentence right before this project?
I would agree, but that's the way that SHPO wrote it. So
But
that's
the apparent intent is that, as I read it, right, that the SHPO concurs that if the site is avoided by project construction, comma, this project will have no effect on LA 76955.
that's correct. And
Okay.
right. Yeah.
I'll pause you for a second. I just wanted to clarify that. Ms. Lynch, go ahead.
Okay. What are the anticipated sight lines that you refer to in the statement made in that same document about the meeting that New Mexico Gas Company had with the National Park Service regarding the Petroglyph National Monument?
What is meant by that is the Petroglyph National Monument had concerns about some of the sight lines from certain locations on the monument, and wants to see a rendering of the facility and if it would impact those sight lines, and also wanted input into how we paint the tank so it has minimal impact to those sight lines. And we've agreed that we'll paint the tank at however they desire. And we went out and took pictures at those locations with them, and so that we can provide a rendering for them.
And that is yet to be provided to the Park Service?
That's correct. We've met with them out there. We've done the pictures, but have not provided the renderings yet. We're still working on that.
So the Park Service was concerned about the potential impact on the sightliness of the LNG facility?
Yeah, yes. I think that's a good way to put it.
Okay, so if visitors go to the park, go to the Petroglyph National Monument, they will be able to see the LNG facility.
That's what we're trying to determine. I think in most instances they will not be able to, but that's what we're showing. That's what they want to see, is if they will be able to see it, and if they will, how much and what it would look like.
And part of getting gas to the facility includes trucking, correct?
That's not correct. The plan, the intent is for liquefaction. So,
Right, but the gas delivered to the plant, some of it will be piped and there will be some that's delivered by truck, correct?
no, that's not the intent. That's not the plan. It has the ability for loading and offloading trucks, but no, the plan is, and that's just, that it has that ability for backup and for flexibility, but the plan is to fill it with liquefaction from gas out of the pipeline that is right next to the facility.
But it has the potential for trucked in gas?
It has the potential, it has the ability, yes.
Okay. Has an analysis been done on whether the facility includes a change in the sounds or the decibels in the surrounding area?
No, not yet, it's not.
Okay. New Mexico Gas Company in that same document also states that it has not engaged in meaningful consultation with tribes about the LNG facility. In fact, the answer is no to that question. That's correct.
Where are you at?
That's
Let me navigate there.
down there. This is response,
Oh, I see. Yes.
in the initial response.
Okay.
I found it.
I think that, let's see, that would be interrogatory 114, answer B. It
Yes.
begins with no.
Yes, I found
Okay.
it. And that was
So
that was correct at the time of that this was answered. As I said, since then we've sent out letters to all of the tribes, and we've met with a couple of them.
okay, and this supplemental response that we're reading from was filed yesterday at 3:18 p.m., correct?
I don't know when it was filed. That sounds correct, though. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I have to find the document. I just navigated off of it. All right.
Well, would it have even been filed, the supplemental response? It wouldn't have been filed, it would have been served, correct?
I'm sorry, did I misuse that term? I just know
No,
that I
I just,
received it.
so that would have been served on CCAE and the
Yes,
other parties presumably.
yes,
It
we
wouldn't
served,
have been filed.
yes, we served it yesterday. We didn't file it yesterday.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, other than the 26 neighborhood associations who have come out against the proposed LNG facility, the dozen legislators, hundreds of New Mexico citizens who delivered a petition to your office and the Bernalillo County Commission, has New Mexico Gas Company received any direct information from any other entities opposed to the facility?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You are aware that a petition was delivered by Eleanor Bravo, a Rio Rancho resident opposing the facility, correct?
Yes, I am.
And Elizabeth Haley, president of the West Side Coalition of Neighborhood Associations, which represents 26 neighborhood and homeowners associations in Bernalillo County, located west of the Rio Grande River helped sponsor the Bernalillo County resolution that's entered as evidence in this proceeding. You are aware of that, correct?
I am aware of the Bernalillo County resolution, yes.
Okay. Do you know that the location of the facility sits upon basalt layers and known seismic activity occurs in that region?
We're aware that it lies within the, and I forget what it's called, the Rio Grande Rift, I believe it is. It is on the edge of that rift where there's minor seismic activity, but yes, we're aware that there is potential for seismic activity there. And we've done geotech studies and provided that to our pre-feed vendor. Is confident that it can be the facility can be designed to handle those parameters, and additional geotech studies will be done of that area for our feed vendors as well.
Okay. Are you also aware that the proposed plant is opposed by New Mexico legislators from the area, including Senator Harold Pope and Representative Joy Garrett, who co-authored a letter opposing the plant signed by 11 other New Mexico legislators?
Yes, I'm aware.
And they all signed it because their districts could be adversely impacted by the LNG facility?
I'm sorry, what was it?
It was expressed in that letter that their districts could be adversely impacted by the LNG facility?
I'm aware that they signed a letter opposing the facility. I guess I'm not aware of the full contents of the letter. But I'd also like to point out we also have a letter of support from the city of Rio Rancho.
Correct. If the commission approves this application for the LNG facility, it will have done so before meaningful consultation took place with tribes and with nearby pueblos and communities in the nearby area, and approval means the company may proceed with construction of the facility, correct?
Objection.
On what basis, hearing examiner?
Just go ahead and state the basis, Mr. Tomei.
My basis is that's contrary to the testimony about the 23 letters to the tribes, the meeting with the tribes, the meeting with the Petroglyph Monument, the presentation to the All Indian Pueblo Council. I think that's contrary to the evidence.
Okay, Ms. Lynch.
In their response provided yesterday, they very clearly stated no, that meaningful consultation had not occurred.
Mr. Henry,
Well,
what we did yesterday was supplement that answer. So in our what we served on the parties was our initial response, and then we provided a supplemental response. And so the purpose of yesterday's delivery was to supplement an initial response, which was no longer valid.
I'm responding to what was served upon me yesterday. I have no way of knowing that what was served yesterday has changed between then and now. And Your Honor, I believe that when we're discussing and using the term meaningful consultation, that term has a specific meaning. And I would argue that the standard for meaningful consultation has not been met.
Yeah, go ahead and rephrase your question and ask it again of Mr. Bullard, and we'll see what Mr. Bullard says about meaningful consultation. Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
You want me to rephrase the question?
Go ahead and ask the question again. I want to hear it again before I rule.
If the commission approves this application, it will have done so before meaningful consultation has occurred with nearby pueblos and communities. If approval occurs, that means the company may proceed with construction of the facility, correct?
Go ahead and answer, Mr. Bullard.
I still, for the record, same objection.
I understand it's overruled.
Okay.
I think Mr. Bullard also heard your narrative too in the objection, Mr. Dome. Go ahead, Mr. Bullard.
I disagree. I believe we have had meaningful consultation. We sat down with a couple of the pueblos and tribes that reached out to us after we reached out to them. We sent letters to all of them. Two responded, and we sat down and had a meeting with them. We also sat down with the Petroglyph National Monument and had a meeting with them, and have had subsequent meetings with them.
So the company is satisfied that it has met what is meaningful consultation.
I believe we have, and are willing to continue to have ongoing consultation and discussion with the pueblos and tribes as they request it.
All right, we're going to move off the consultation questions and into some demand related questions. New Mexico Gas Company has not discussed weatherization of Keystone with the owners of Keystone, correct?
Can you refer, where are you at?
I'm sorry not to have the direct citations, but that answer is supplied in I believe it's in the joint response CCAE exhibit 3.
Which question in exhibit 3?
I'm actually trying to identify where I formulated this question. Actually, it is CCAE Exhibit 5, Interrogatory 1-3. Your response, you state, New Mexico Gas Company does not recall specifically discussing with the owner of Keystone Storage the possibility of weatherizing the storage facility to prevent hydrate formation on withdrawal wells, or what the projected contract price impacts of weatherization would be. Do you remember composing that response?
Yes, I do, and it's in response to the question about whether we had a discussion to prevent hydrate formation on withdrawal wells, and we did not have that specific conversation. We did talk to Keystone about concerns about reliability and what they have done. They continually to assure us they're making improvements, and the reliability is getting better.
Okay.
However, we just had a force majeure declared today from Keystone. We had also talked to them about removing their force majeure language from the contracts, and they indicated they were not able to do that.
Okay. Do you know, has the company done an analysis of whether weatherization at Keystone could affect any cost comparisons between Keystone and the LNG facility?
No, we're not able to perform such analysis. We don't have access to their site. We don't know what equipment they have. We're not able to perform that kind of an analysis.
Okay. In the responses to CCAE interrogatories, it's provided that New Mexico's climate policies do not apply to New Mexico Gas Company's obligation to provide service to new and existing customers, correct?
I'm sorry, where are you at now? My apologies.
I believe that I'm at CCAE interrogatory 1-1.
Of exhibit 5?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and there, let's see. If you could go down to page 5 and read the answer to at letter C, New Mexico Gas Company is obligated to provide service to companies, both new and existing, who request it. The cited policies, including the executive order issued in 2019 on climate change and energy waste prevention, do not change this obligation. Correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. If by 2030, greenhouse gas emissions in the state of New Mexico must be reduced by 45% compared to 2005 levels, as described in the 2019 executive order on climate change and energy waste prevention, then that policy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions does not apply to NM Gas or New Mexico Gas Company's obligation to continue supplying natural gas and customers, correct?
That's correct.
New Mexico Gas Company does not know the lost or wasted gas supplied by pipeline from Keystone, correct?
That's correct.
Does New Mexico Gas Company know the amount of lost or wasted gas supplied from San Juan?
No.
Okay, at CCAE 1-8, that's interrogatory 1-8. There we discuss energy efficiency opportunities. So my question just generally refers to CCAE 1.8.
Is it an exhibit one or is it a different exhibit?
5.
Oh, 5. I'm sorry.
Page 15.
Okay.
You are aware that energy efficiency mechanisms such as heat pumps reduce the amount of gas required for heating needs, correct? This question just generally refers us back there. This is more about your awareness. So you are aware that energy efficiency mechanisms such as heat pumps reduce the amount of gas required for heating needs.
I disagree with that statement. Just the fact that heat pumps are available or exist does not reduce the need for gas demand for heating needs.
But if a customer were to use a heat pump, they would not need as much gas to heat their space if they were using a heat pump, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Generally, this next question refers to CCAE interrogatory 1.9. New Mexico Gas Company is unable to estimate the greenhouse gas emissions impact of the proposed facility over its lifetime, correct?
That is correct. We're not. It depends on how we operate, and so
Okay.
we're not clear on at this point how exactly it will operate over its lifetime.
The company also is unable to estimate the associated GHG emissions of constructing the facility, correct?
That is correct. We don't have the feeds done yet. We don't have proposals, so it's not possible to determine that at this point.
And the company is unable to estimate the greenhouse gas emissions of powering the liquefaction for the LNG facility, storage and vaporization processes, correct?
I don't think that's correct. I think we did provide an estimate of the emissions associated with that, and I believe Mr. Barkley provided that in his rebuttal testimony.
Mr. Bullard, when we say liquefaction, isn't it liquefaction?
Yes, it is. You're correct. It's liquefaction.
The response on page 19 to the question I just read includes New Mexico Gas Company does not have and cannot reasonably gather the information necessary to calculate any of the values requested since they are dependent on a host of unknown inputs. Would you say that's the response to 1.9D?
Well, 1.9D has an A, B, C, and D under 1.9D, and what it so we don't have the ability over the life of the facility at this time because we don't know how it'll operate. We don't know the emissions. I believe we did provide emissions associated with liquefaction and vaporization.
Right. So
There are no
let's go back.
Hold on. Let's let Ms. Lynch, please let Mr. Bullard finish his statement. Go ahead, Mr. Bullard.
My apologies. What I was saying is that we did provide information, or Mr. Barkley did, around emissions associated with liquefaction and with vaporization. There are no emissions associated with storage.
Thank you.
The question 19D asks, please provide an estimate of the greenhouse gas emissions impact of the proposed facility, the emissions associated with constructing the facility, powering its liquefaction, storage, and vaporization processes, and emissions from upstream or downstream methane leakage or gas combustion. The answer that you provide is in A, B, and C below. B, C, and D do not provide quantified responses because the company includes that the estimates are dependent on a host of unknown inputs.
That's correct. That's the answer there. But what I'm saying is I do believe we provided information related to C. As you asked me that separately, we provided that. I believe that estimate is provided separately. Yes.
Do you know where?
In Mr. Barkley's rebuttal testimony.
Okay, because here it says the response to this interrogatory is dependent on a host of unknown factors and cannot be determined. But now you're saying it was in Mr. Barkley's testimony.
Yes.
That's fine. We can move on. I just, this is the answer that I received.
Understood.
According to New Mexico Gas Company response to CCAE Exhibit 3, question 17B2.
I'm sorry, was that also an exhibit?
Exhibit 3,
Exhibit 3.
question 17B2.
Okay.
You provide that the New Mexico Gas Company has chosen to heat gas with gas during the pretreatment phase of the gas being made into liquefied natural gas. Do you know the efficiency of using gas during this pretreatment phase versus using other forms of heating the gas, such as the use of electricity?
I don't. I'm not sure that it's possible to do it using electricity, and if you were able to do it, the total energy would be more, and emissions would likely be more because now you're going back. You have to go back all the way to the generation, and then line losses for the electricity. And then once you get to the facility, you take all that into account, and it's not as efficient as using gas-fired equipment right at the facility.
So the company does not know if during this pretreatment phase, it would be more efficient to use a different type of energy besides gas for the pretreatment of the gas.
I believe Mr. Barkley should be able to provide you a better answer for that.
Okay. I wish I could refer us back to the interrogatory, but New Mexico Gas Company states that it does not know how much gas it will need to power the LNG facility on average and peak load winter days, correct?
And you can't refer me to that, where that is?
It's, let's see. That would be CCAE interrogatory 110B.
What exhibit is that? 5. So the question, as I understand it, is how much we would provide on an average peak day and on a peak load day. And yeah, it could be anywhere from 0 to 195,000, and that's because it'll depend on the market conditions at the time, what's going on with supply. We may use some LNG to supplement, but it could be anywhere from none to 195,000, anywhere in that range.
Okay. This last set of questions falls within a different category, which I've labeled selling gas.
And we're in extra time now in this last set of questions, Ms. Lynch. Do you want to ask them here?
I do. Can I take the time I devoted to Mr. Jones and use it here?
That's a full 30 minutes. Do you need that? Full 30
I
minutes here?
probably don't need that. Maybe at 10 to 15.
Okay, let's start with 10 and see where it goes. So you have 55 now with Mr. Bullard.
Okay.
And you said Jones 20. And I'll reset at 10 right
Okay.
now. Go ahead.
I have 10 questions remaining. Sorry
Well,
for
you have 10 minutes.
underestimating. All right, let's go fast. Mr. Bullard, have you performed an analysis of the difference of gas purchase costs under Keystone versus the LNG facility?
Are you referring to an exhibit?
No, I'm not. This is just a general question based upon your knowledge and expertise.
We have performed, yes, we have performed an analysis, a look back in terms of the last 5 years. What
Of the gas purchase cost?
of the impact of the cost of gas to our customers.
But not of the cost of gas to you.
The cost of gas to us is irrelevant of whether it's Keystone or whether we're putting the gas in Keystone or we're putting in LNG. It's off of the same contract. So the cost that we purchase the gas at for either facility would be the same.
Okay. This next question refers to question 20 of Joint Discovery CCAE Exhibit 3.
Question 20?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. The original question was, does New Mexico Gas plan to sell the stored LNG to other gas utilities not located in New Mexico? That answer is no. the question building off of this one is, does the company plan to sell gas from this facility to any third parties at all?
No, ma'am, we don't have plans to sell this gas to any third parties at all at this time.
Okay. Would third parties that lease storage space at the LNG facility be under the commission's jurisdiction?
We don't have any plans to lease storage to third parties at this time. If we ever moved in that direction, if we thought there might be the possibility to do that, and that there would be a net benefit to our customers, we would seek approval from the commission before we did something like that.
Okay. What will the 24-inch interstate pipeline that the company just built and which is shared on your website? It crosses New Mexico from Texas to the Albuquerque metro area. What will that interstate pipeline be used for?
We have not built any interstate pipeline from Texas.
It says on your website, New Mexico Gas Company installed 15 miles of 24-inch pipeline to connect the Albuquerque metro area distribution system to the interstate transmission pipelines which cross the state. It's referred to as the Rio Puerco looping project.
That is pipeline. It's not interstate pipeline. It's intrastate pipeline only. And it
on your website, it's stated as interstate.
It shouldn't. That would be incorrect. It's intrastate.
You might want to change that, and that changes the nature of my question. That becomes a moot question at this point. But
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thanks. No, I appreciate that. It's a pipeline that was built to connect to TW to add additional capacity to coming out of TW and El Paso's pipelines south of the Albuquerque metro area, and it allows us to bring gas in off of those interstate pipelines.
Will this pipeline ever potentially connect to the LNG facility?
Yes, it's part of that. It is part of that pipeline. The parallel pipelines that this LNG facility would connect to. Not that specific 15 miles, but it is part of that linear pipeline.
Okay. Do you know if the commission will retain jurisdiction over any third party that stores gas at the LNG facility?
We have no plans for a third party to store gas at the LNG facility. If we saw an opportunity that had benefit to a net benefit to our customers and we wanted to pursue that, we would ask the commission for approval before we did that.
Will all the gas stored at the LNG facility be used only to provide gas to New Mexico customers?
Yes.
Does New Mexico Gas Company sell gas on the international market?
We do not.
Does New Mexico Gas Company have plans to enter the international market itself or through third parties?
We do not.
Okay. Mr. Bullard, that's the extent of my questioning, and I thank you for your time today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
You did that last part very efficiently. Are you sure you got all your questions in, Ms. Lynch? I didn't want
I
to
did.
cut you off. Okay, great. Again, I'm not trying to curb anybody's making of their cases, in cross-examination, but we do need to move the hearing along. So I wanted to make sure with Ms. Lynch that I hadn't crimped her cross-examination, but apparently Ms. Lynch, I did not, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think we need a break for our mid, and then we're gonna,
Apologies.
go ahead. You have,
I'm
you have
I'm sorry.
exhibits,
I have to pop back in. I'd like to move for my exhibits to be entered into the record.
and those are,
Those are CCAE exhibits 3, 4, and 5.
any objection to the admission of 3,
No.
4, and 5? No objection.
Okay.
Hearing no objection, CCAE exhibits 3, 4, and 5 are admitted. And we have Commissioner Ellison, I believe, wanted to ask some questions, but I think we'll have Commissioner Ellison, is it okay if we take, I think we need a break. Is that okay if we take a 15-minute break and then have you ask your questions, Mr. Bullard?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, sir. And thank you, Mr. Bullard, and thank you, parties. We'll be back in 15 minutes. We're in recess.
Examiner's back.
All right. Before we get back to cross-examination, Mr. Bullard, we're going to have Commissioner Ellison ask his questions of you, Mr. Bullard. Commissioner Ellison?
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Bullard.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Ellison.
Appreciate your being present for questioning. I'm sure it's been a long day.
It has. You're welcome.
I appreciate that. I had to duck out for another meeting we had, but I wanted to ask a few questions. When you were first looking into this project, did you consider any other sites?
We did. We looked at different locations along our in our system, and the criteria was that it needed to be adjacent to one of our transmission pipelines, ideally, and actually it really needed to be adjacent to where we have parallel pipelines so that we can take gas off of one and inject into another. Also, we needed to be able to have be able to purchase a large enough tract of land to site the facility. And then some of the other criteria is the pipelines that it was that we needed to be next to had to have a high enough pressure to facilitate the liquefaction process. So we looked at potential other locations along the Rio Puerco line, and then also what we call our Albuquerque main line. We also looked at where we currently have what we call the Espejo compressor station. It's kind of sometimes we refer to it as the Santa Fe Junction. It's a hub where several lines come together, and then gas gets compressed, and then we push it out either into the metro area or north to Albuquerque or Santa Fe and Taos in the northern part of the states. And after looking at all of these locations, we determined that this site was the most optimal site.
I see. I'm not sure, Mr. Hearing Examiner, if I can put something up on the screen with a map of the system. It looks like it doesn't want me to do that.
You should be able to now, Commissioner, but while you do that, let me refer us to page 50 of Mr. Bullard's direct testimony, where he talks about the specific attributes for a location upon which to construct the LNG facility. And go ahead. I sorry for tag teaming, but I have a question about this too. And I might just go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner.
No, thank you, Mr. Medeiros. I appreciate that follow-up. Are you able to see what I've got up on the screen now with the map?
Yes, I can.
And so is it fair to say pretty much, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but anywhere with the main line in red in this northern system, you know, you'd be on a transmission line, and would you have the parallel pipeline configuration that you mentioned?
On most of those, yes, not all of them. And also this is a older map, so that one part of the triangle that you're moving your cursor around, that top part of that triangle, that's no longer fully connected. We've abandoned a portion of that runs through the Bias caldera. So that line would not be acceptable. And then, and I guess the other point to make about the siting criteria is we also wanted to be not only on our lines, but fairly close to the interstate pipeline, so that we can get gas on our lines from the interstates and have gas to supply the LNG facility. But you're correct. All of those lines in red are transmission lines.
And so let's just.
And the gray lines are the interstate lines?
I believe the gray lines are roads in this.
Are the interstates.
Oh,
on this map.
okay, the interstates.
Yeah,
Where
the interstate
have the
pipelines
interstate?
are not on this map, unfortunately.
That's right. It's 25 and 10 and 40. Sorry.
My exhibit 2 is has a map of our system that shows the interstate pipelines, TCB2, on my my direct.
I can put that one up if we'd like to switch, Commissioner, if that's okay.
Sure, that would be fantastic. I mean, just for a theoretical, I mean, you know, you've got your line goes all the way out past Taos. Could the facility be placed there?
It could not. The line out there past Taos is a small diameter line. It is I believe from Taos north, it's a 6-inch to Cuesta, and then from Cuesta out to Red River, it's a 4-inch. So number one, not enough capacity. 2, it's a single line, it's not a parallel line. And also the gas flows towards that direction. Gas typically doesn't flow the other direction. Now, had we a supply there, you could flip the direction of the flow. So that's really that's probably not relevant, but it's more of the diameter of those lines more than anything.
Okay, so if we were to look at, you know, your map here is obviously better. You know, we've got a double line from the interstate pipelines just you know, northwest of Berlin, going almost to Santa Fe, and then we've got a double line going from this junction near Albuquerque up to the Blanco hub. Would it be fair to say that the facility, you know, really could be located anywhere there's a double line?
Potentially, but then as I mentioned, we also look at the pressures and the land availability, and most of that double line that goes from Albuquerque up to the Blanco hub is either is tribal land of some sort, Pueblo or Navajo Nation. So very, very little land available for a site. And in addition, it doesn't have quite the pressure we need. And then the third reason it's not as good as the site we chose is it's also further from the interstates, and typically gas flows on that line from San Juan down, and our preference for the LNG facility is to bring gas in from the interstates and flowing from the other direction, just because the San Juan gas is a little bit higher in CO2, and causes us increases the capital required for the facility. So it wasn't as good as locating it on the Rio Parco line, but yes, certainly it was a potential, and we looked at that.
Okay, but it could have been located, this is the Rio Puerco line, correct, from the interstate all the way up to almost Santa Fe, and it could have been located pretty much anywhere along that line.
It's yes, and again in theory, we actually call it the Rio Puerco from the interstate to Albuquerque, and then from Albuquerque to Santa Fe. We call that the Santa Fe main line, and again that line is would have been a little bit better than the line coming down from the San Juan Basin. The primary issues with the line going to Santa Fe again is land availability, and again pressure as well. It's lower pressures by the time it gets there.
Could you move the line? Could the facility be closer to the junction with the El Paso Natural Gas Company interstate line? Down here where my cursor is pointing?
It could from feasibility standpoint, absolutely. The issue with closer to those interstate pipelines is again all Pueblo land.
Right. Yeah, and I guess the reason for my line of questioning here is that, obviously some, concern has been expressed about the specific location and the distance to some high schools and some other facilities. And, I just wanted to get a sense of, when you look at the map, there seems to be a lot of other options. So I just wanted to get a sense of, what drove your decision to plan the siting around that particular location.
Yeah, understood. Hopefully that helps.
Yes. To what extent was the LNG trucking component, the ability to fill trucks and to offtake from trucks, to what extent was that a consideration in the siting decision?
Very, very little consideration, since that's not the plan in terms of filling the LNG tank. More consideration probably was given for accessibility for construction, but no, there was no thought around accessibility for trucking LNG.
How important is that aspect of your project, that whole trucking LNG aspect?
It provides a lot of flexibility for the plant for very little additional cost. It's roughly 1 to 2% of the cost of the plant, and it gives us a flexibility, especially during commissioning, if we wanted to accelerate the commissioning process to supplement the liquefaction with some trucked in LNG. It also provides flexibility, as I've mentioned before, to provide a backup supply where we might need it for either low pressure points or when we're doing when we have to take a line out of service for maintenance. It can provide backup supply when we're doing that.
Can you describe how that would work? Would you need to have an LNG tank in another location and then some vaporization plant in order to do that?
Yes, essentially that's what it would take. For maintenance purposes, for taking a line out of service, and we've done this a couple of times and had to contract with with a third party to provide this service for us. When you take a line out of service for maintenance and you need to have a backup gas while that line is out of service, you park an LNG tanker truck there, and then a separate trailer skid that has a pump and the vaporization equipment.
I see. So instead of having to go out to a third party, you'd have the capability to do this in-house.
That's correct. Potentially, yeah.
And in the opposite direction, you could fill the tank, but wouldn't that take an extremely long time if you really wanted to rely on the trucking to fill the tank?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really not feasible. It would take so long and so many trucks. But just having that ability to supplement with a truck or two every now and then if needed, or especially during commissioning when we're trying to commission the tank itself and we're liquefying, we might be able to supplement a little bit with trucks so we are able to fill it faster and commission it sooner.
Could you explain how the trucks inject the LNG into the tank, the process at the facility?
That's probably a better question for Mr. Barkley. He's more of the technical expert. It's akin to hooking the truck up to piping with a pumping arrangement, and it just it pumps it into the tank. But I'm being very unsophisticated. Mr. Barkley could give you a much better answer.
Could we talk some about, I guess, there have been some questioning around the overall volume, I guess the overall gas sourcing plans in the winter. And I think I've heard you say that on a cold winter day that your base contract might supply about 50%, and then you've got another 50% you need to procure, and that typically, so about half of that would come from storage withdrawal and about half would come from spot market purchases. Is that a correct characterization?
No. Let me provide some explanation around that. Excuse me. Base load is what is the minimum we know we're gonna need every day, and that's roughly 70% of our average throughput. And the number is somewhere around 200,000 or 200,000 MCF a day. That's roughly our base load in the December, January, February timeframe. And that means that a normal day we're going to be maybe a little bit above that. And so we have contracts, and so that's all base load first of the month pricing. And then we have what we call peaking and swing gas contracts that allow us to just go and buy gas next day. And so meaning we nominate it the day before it flows, but we have contracts for it, and it's tied to the daily price, to the daily indexes, and typically there's not much issue with that, and that our swing gas can move over a wide range in the wintertime. For instance, last week it wasn't very cold. Our swing gas was, maybe 60,000 above our base load. This week it's gotten colder, and now our swing gas is about 300,000 above our base load. But it's still not a peak day. And it's a cold day. It's what we call a high winter load day. And I should caveat that there's a portion of that is transportation gas or shipper gas. So they supply that, and we typically don't have to supply that, although we are the supplier of last resort. We have to make sure that if it doesn't show up, we have gas there to take care of that. So what we do then is we go, depending on the condition and the market, we'll go and use our contracts, our peaker contracts, as we call them, and nominate a certain amount of swing gas for the next day. And it also depends on where our line pack is and a multitude of other things. But then we may nominate a portion to come out of our storage at the same time to cover the full demand that we think we're going to see, and usually plus a little bit more, especially if it's going to be cold, in case the weatherman misses it, or our load forecast is higher than we expected, or if we see supply cuts. And that's the other thing that happens sometimes, is we can see a supply cut from the basin, from the pipeline. And so we try to make sure we have enough supply coming in to cover all of that. And so we're typically not in the intraday market unless something doesn't show up, unless one of those pieces of the puzzle falls out, or we miss the forecast. Then we're in the intraday market.
And I guess if we don't look at this day ahead versus intraday difference, but if we focus on swing gas, base load, and storage, did I hear you say that your peak day last year was about 540,000 MCF?
I believe our excuse me, our peak day last year, I think, was about 580,000.
Okay. So if we take that, I understand that's not your average day by any means. But if we take that number, and let's say it happened in February, and so your base load contract would have been about 200, supplied about 200 that day. Is that right?
Yeah, that's about right. Yes.
And then so you've got another 380 you've got to make up. And so would you try to get as much out of storage as you could in that circumstance?
Again, it depends on what the market is looking like. If gas prices are low and comparable to the WACOG, the weighted average cost of gas in storage, we may be fine with just purchasing all swing gas. Now, if the market has jumped up and we see a big price increase, then we would want to try to get as much of that as we could from storage. And again, also the other factor, we tend to wait also for storage sometimes to see if we get cuts elsewhere, so that if we needed to, we could pull additional gas out of storage as well. So it just it's sort of a day by day decision, and it depends on, a bunch of factors that are going on with not only the market, but the weather and the pipelines in our system.
Are the cuts correlated with force majeure events, or is that a separate, distinct type of issue?
Sometimes they are, and sometimes they're operational constraints. It might be pipelines constrained. We can't get past this point, or it's over nominated. They'll allocate based on things like that. So it's a mixed bag. Sometimes it is force majeure, sometimes it's not.
And so in this scenario, let's assume it's you're a very cold day, and the prices of gas on the spot market jumped. You'd ideally want, as 100 and you could get up to maybe 190,000 MCF out of storage, which you'd try to do, and the other 190 you would purchase on the spot market. I'm wondering, how you came up with that split, that the 190,000 MCF from storage was really the ideal amount. Why not have more?
It's a good question. I'd say there are a couple of reasons. Is it requires interstate transportation to move that storage, and so if we have more, we've got to tie up more interstate transportation that we might be using elsewhere. And I'm not, and there's not additional interstate transportation above what we already lease. There's no more available. And you also have to increase the amount of gas you have in storage, and I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and look. I don't think the ratchets at Keystone go up much more than that. I think their whole facility capability is somewhere around 200 and I'd be making up a number, but it's not a whole, I don't think it's even double that. So we have the majority of what's available already out of Keystone, and I don't think there's any additional available. Go ahead. My apologies.
No, I'm sorry. I understand. I guess what I'm getting at is not, just thinking about Keystone, but thinking about New Mexico Gas and, how much exposure you want to have to the spot market on a cold day, and what it would cost you to have less exposure. For example, you've really talked about this project as being a trade-off, that if you do the LNG storage and regas facility, you would end the contract with Keystone. What would the economics look like of retaining Keystone? Would that incremental, $3 or $4 or $5 million, whatever it might be per year, could that be a good investment to deal with price volatility?
That's a good question, and from an operator's perspective, I'll tell you, yeah, I'd love to have all the storage I could have. I'd love to have both, but it's additional cost for the customers, and we're very, we're sensitive to that, and the concern is the burden is too much, and not sure how much additional reliability it provides, because as I said, the other that we have a concern about the reliability with Keystone. And in truth, you know, I mean, I'm even though as an operator, I'd love to have that. It makes life easier. When you look at how we've used storage over the years, we've rarely needed more than the 195,000. In fact, we've rarely gone up to that. And so for LNG, when we sized it, we basically said we want to have the same deliverability that we have at Keystone. We didn't want to have less. And so we wanted to make sure we had at least that amount of deliverability. We're comfortable with that. We have experience with that. We're used to that. And it has been when it shows up, when it's available, but it has been adequate.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is, you know, have you done or have you contracted for an analysis which really tries to figure out the sort of proper, you know, risk reward ratio for, you know, contracting for more storage, either, you know, volume of storage or you know, output capacity per day, because obviously there's this fixed cost involved in having more storage, yet when you do that, you are less reliant on the spot market. So I guess it's this trade-off of fixed cost versus the ability to you know, have less exposure to the spot market.
Yeah, no, you're right, and that's a good thought. It is, I guess the way we think of it though is that exposure to the spot market is also not every day in the winter. You know, it's isolated to weeks like this, and we might have three or four weeks like that through the winter. So and we're typically between the two, we're able to manage it to a somewhat acceptable level, we think. And so it's hard to justify those additional costs to get even less reliant on the spot market.
Except when you have a February 2021.
You're absolutely right. That's a good point. You're right.
Yep. Have you looked into contracting for line pack as storage from the interstate pipelines? Is that a service that they might offer?
We have a little bit. It's not, they don't, the interstates that we're connected to don't have a line pack of storage per se, as I've heard they do in some other parts of the country. At least one of our interstate pipelines, I'm not, and maybe both, but I'm not sure if both do, but I know one offers what is called a park and loan, meaning we can park a little bit of gas there, but it's not a lot, and it's also dependent on their availability. If their line is full, and which is during an event, there's no ability to park gas there. But they do not offer line packet storage.
Okay. Another question related to the siting. Did you ever consider approaching PHMSA to do an independent analysis?
No, because our pre-feed contractor and our feed contractor use the PHMSA criteria to do the siting analysis, and then it's subject to PHMSA review before it goes into service.
I understand, however, that that review is fairly. It's not a permission or a permit to go into service. It's more that you have the obligation to notify them, if I'm not mistaken, 60 days prior to the facility going into service. Is that right?
That is correct, but you're absolutely right. But it's also my understanding that if they review the feed contractor's siting analysis and it's not adequate, they can shut down the facility.
I see. I guess my impression was that since they do not, there's no permit required from PHMSA, for an intrastate project like this, that they also would not be doing a pre-project review of it. Anyway, that was my understanding, but I guess my question really is because certainly, the folks at PHMSA know the process and the tools very well and could provide an independent analysis if they were contacted about it and if they were given sufficient time. So that's not something that you really looked into.
No, Mr. Commissioner, we didn't look into that, and again, it's as I mentioned, the feed contractors use the same criteria, and back to whether they can. The PHMSA has regulatory oversight of the safety, unless the state has the ability to do it, and that's what in my rebuttal testimony we've agreed to work with the state for them to get that ability so that PHMSA will allow them to provide the oversight. It's the same arrangement that they have on our distribution system and transmission system. If we didn't have the State Pipeline Safety Bureau, PHMSA would oversee that. We'd be subject to PHMSA oversight. Same with this LNG facility.
Once the facility goes into operation, you mean?
Yes, but they would have the ability, either they or the state, if the state is able to promulgate the rules and get set up and get concurrence from PHMSA that they're ready, then the state would inspect and review the siting criteria. And in reality, the way that works is they work with PHMSA once they get that authority, and PHMSA walks them through it the first time and make sure that the siting criteria is met. And then they actually usually sit with them through the first safety audit as well. But if that relationship isn't set up yet, but by the time the 60 days before it goes into service, then PHMSA has the ability to perform that site investigation and review the analysis, and they have the ability to stop it from going into service until any shortcomings are corrected.
Okay. Thank you for that information. And who would be the appropriate witness to ask from New Mexico Gas for any design type questions?
That would be Mr. Barkley.
Okay, great. thank you very much. I appreciate your answering my questions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. I just wanted to follow up about site location very quickly. On page 50 of your direct testimony, Mr. Bullard, you list the specific attributes for a location upon which to construct the LNG facility.
Yes.
And did you find any other locations besides the one in Rio Rancho selected that check all those boxes?
We did not.
That's the only one then.
It's the only one that we found that checks all the boxes.
Are all those boxes necessary for this project?
So you could potentially not check them all, but then you increase the cost. There's ways that you might potentially not check one of the boxes, but then you'd absolutely increase the cost of the facility.
And so presumably placing this facility on tribal land would increase that cost. That's the presumption.
That's a presumption if they would even entertain that. The other and another example is not siting it right on our pipeline. Siting it off of our pipeline would increase the cost.
Okay. Well, thank you, Commissioner Ellison. We have Ms. Beadle's Western Resource Advocates 60 minutes with Mr. Bullard, and then we have staff that has 10 minutes. Ms. Beatles, I wanted to stop at 5, and I'm wondering how much cross-examination you have, if it's the full 60, which is fine.
It might be.
Okay. Well, why don't you just let's start and see. We may have to pause the cross-examination and begin in the morning again with Mr. Bullard. I'm sorry, Mr. Bullard, but you're such an important witness that your attendance is definitely required. So, Ms. Beatles, just go ahead and start, and we'll see where we are. But I want to conclude the day's hearing at or around 5, if that's okay. It's been a long day. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Bullard.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beatles.
While we're on the topic of the location of your proposed facility, it is on what you've described as a 160-acre parcel. Is that right?
That's correct.
Isn't that the same parcel on which you propose to locate the LNG facility in docket 12-00364?
I'm not sure what that docket is, but I'm confident it is the same.
Well,
same
you
site.
proposed an LNG facility before to the commission, right?
Yes, is that what that docket is? Is it the 2012?
Yes, that's the docket I'm intending to refer to when I ask that question.
Yes, it's the same site.
So is the site, is it owned or leased by the company?
We have an option to purchase it. We don't own or lease it at this time.
And you've had that option all these years?
No, we released that option after the 2012, and we I guess pulled back that application. We released that option, and then just before filing for this CCN, we entered into a new option.
Okay, understood. And if your facility is approved, is the company itself going to acquire the real estate, or are they going to lease it? Are they going to own it? Is it going to be held by the company?
The company will purchase it, yes.
So in the fresh look conducted by the company in 2016, that was the subject of docket 16-00097. The company rejected an LNG facility, is that right?
I'm not sure if the term is rejected, but we at the time we said it wasn't necessary at the time.
Would you accept, subject to check, that on page 3 of your application in that docket, there is a sentence that reads, quote, NMGC determined that the cost of a gas storage facility solely for the purpose of ensuring gas supply in the case of a severe weather event was not justified, end quote. Would you accept that, subject to check?
Yes, I would accept that. And I would, that's referring to the type of facility we were considering at the time, which was did not have liquefaction. It was trucked in, and so it was purely insurance. It did not have the operational flexibility as what we're proposing now. So it would have been on top of the cost of Keystone. We would have had to continue with the Keystone storage. So we determined it was not cost effective for that type of a facility.
Thank you. Will you accept, subject to check, that the recommended decision in that docket refers to the significant increase in costs from the 38.1 million LNG facility that the company proposed, then withdrew in 12-364, to increase from that figure of 38.1 million to the 70 million plus cost estimates that the company was finding in its fresh look?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I didn't understand the question.
Yeah, it was a little unwieldy. Would you accept, subject to check, that the recommended decision in that case, that's your fresh look case, refers to the significant increase in costs from the first LNG facility you proposed in the 2012 docket to the 70 million plus cost estimates you were getting in your fresh look docket?
Yes, I would.
And do you agree that the cost of the currently proposed LNG facility is about 2.5 times the cost of the project evaluated in the fresh look docket?
Yes, I would, but it's also a much different facility. As I said, that facility was had a smaller tank, had no liquefaction. It was all to be trucked in. So it was a much different facility.
Will you accept, subject to check, that the recommended decision in the fresh look case cites to New Mexico Gas Company witness, I don't know how to pronounce his or her name, Kacer, K-A-C-E-R?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. That the recommended decision in that case, the fresh look case, cites to witness Kacer for the statement that New Mexico Gas Company was not able to find a significant partner to help bear sufficient cost of the project.
Oh, yes, I would accept that.
So, I mean, what's changed? We're looking at a project that's 2.5 times the cost, and now you don't need a partner to help bear the cost of the facility?
I'm not sure what was being contemplated at that time for a partner. But what's changed is this facility is much different type of facility. This facility replaces Keystone. That facility did not replace Keystone. It was in addition to Keystone. And so it was just additional cost. There's a cost offset associated with this facility by no longer needing Keystone. And it provides additional operational benefits and flexibility over that previous facility. And so it also provides some price mitigation that provides some offset as well. So that's the difference between this facility and that facility.
Okay, but in terms of the financial condition of the company or your financial considerations with respect to making a capital investment, has anything changed since the fresh look docket?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And can you easily access the exhibits that WRA has in Dropbox? Because I'd like to refer you to WRA Exhibit 11. And it's the testimony of New Mexico Gas Company witness Gary Murray in the fresh look case.
I believe I have it here.
Okay. Please refer to page 21. Starting on line 17, it does say, well, let me go ahead to line 19. I'm just going to read it to you. And it says local storage in close proximity to its systems provides additional potential reliability. However, as discussed by NMGC witness Edward Kaser, obtaining and controlling significant storage facilities is extremely expensive and likely not in the ratepayer's best interest when balancing reasonable and proper utility service with fair, just, and reasonable rates. So is it your understanding that that was the company's position with respect to the type of LNG facility that was considered in the fresh look docket?
Yes, that is my understanding. And it also is, the assumption was at the time as well that Keystone was reliable. We had a lot of our eggs in the Keystone basket at that time. And it's proven since that time not to be reliable.
And that was one of my questions, that you had plenty of confidence in Keystone in 2015 to 2016. Would you agree?
We had confidence in them, yes, and we were under the assumption that they would perform and be available when needed, and that has not proven to be the case.
Were most of the force majeure events that you're concerned about, did they happen after this testimony was submitted in 2016?
I would say yes, most of them have been since then. Yeah, there was probably a couple before, but most have been since this time.
And it's been a long time since this morning, Mr. Bullard, but I think, doesn't one of my bench requests or the commission's bench requests involve that issue?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. And
since gas company assumed the contract from P&M Gas, right?
Yes.
Correct?
That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah. And I would
Sorry, Ms. Beatles. No, go ahead, Mr. Bullard. I'm just going to pause Ms. Beatles' time because I interrupted. Go ahead.
And I would just add that as an example of the unreliability or continued concern, as I mentioned before, we had a force majeure there over the Thanksgiving holiday, and that continued for 3 weeks. And we just got notice today at lunchtime of a force majeure at the Keystone facility today. So it's gotten worse. It's causing us concern, and it's been a change since this testimony was filed.
Is that facility itself the Keystone Storage Facility. Is it not performing as it once had? I saw some suggestion of that in the testimony. That's why I asked.
It seems to be having more issues. Yes, having more issues, having more force majeures. When it performs, it performs the way it used to, but we seem to be having more and more issues, or seeing more issues with the facility.
Do you know what those issues are at the facility?
They vary. It's equipment usually, and it's different types of equipment. I believe this latest one is a compressor.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Beatles. I'm sorry.
That's all right. I wanted to touch upon the force majeure issue, but I have a couple of questions before we get there. And if I don't ask them now, I will lose the linear progression. As a result of your fresh look, didn't the company increase storage capacity at Keystone by about 1 billion cubic feet and increase daily withdrawal in injection rights?
I don't remember if what the amount was, but yes, we did. We increased the capacity, and we increased withdrawal and injection rights. You're absolutely right. And
Okay.
again,
Do you have the 16-00097 recommended decision available for your reference?
Yes, he does.
Okay, would you please refer to page 15? Let me get there too. So looking at the last paragraph, it says NMGC contracted with Kinder Morgan for an additional 500 MMCF of storage capacity at Keystone. Also contracted with a third party for an additional 500 MCF at Keystone, giving NMGC in aggregate an additional 1 billion cubic feet of storage capacity at Keystone. So do you have any reason to dispute that information?
I do not, although the third party 500 MCF we no longer have. So it's just the additional 500 that we contracted for. We still have that additional 500 from the third party. We no longer have.
When did you relinquish that?
I'm not sure of the exact date. It's 4 or 5 years ago.
I'm sorry, just what year?
I believe it was in 2018 or 2019, roughly.
So you currently have daily withdrawal rights of 195 MCF?
That's correct.
Okay, and so that doesn't include, obviously, that 500 MCF you relinquished.
That's correct.
Okay. I'd like to refer you to, let me get the right exhibit. WRA Exhibit 10. Do you have that?
I'm getting there.
Yes, me too.
I am there.
Okay, please refer to page 3. Well, let me represent, and you can let me know if I'm wrong, that this is the gas company's response to bench request issued May 3rd, 2023 in docket 2100095. And please refer to company's response to number 4. And that response was prepared by you. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And it states on February 12, 2021, NMGC owned 1,349,801 MMBTU of gas stored in Kinder Morgan's Keystone gas storage facility. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the total capacity at Keystone is 2.7 BCF. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
So your least interest is like just a little less than half of the capacity?
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood, Ms. Beatles. The 2.7 is what we lease.
Oh, okay. What is the total capacity?
I'm not certain.
Well, gas company is the largest lessee at Keystone, is that right?
I believe we are. I think that I'd be guessing, but I think it's roughly around 5 BCF, but I'm not certain.
Do you
I think we're the single largest. I don't know that we have the majority though. If I misstated that, I apologize.
I don't know that you did misstate it, but I'm just trying to confirm whether New Mexico Gas Company is the lessee of it leases more storage capacity at Keystone than any other lessee.
I believe that's correct.
How hard would it be to confirm that?
I could get that confirmed for you. Yes, absolutely.
I thank you if you don't mind, and if it's okay with the hearing examiner.
Yes.
Please refer to WRA Exhibit 9 and specifically your response to number 2. And I represent that WRA Exhibit 9 is NMGC's response to the third bench request in that same docket 21.00095, not point dash.
Yes.
Okay, and referring to number 2, your response to number 2, you're asked, has the FERC, which has jurisdiction over Keystone, determined that federal law requires one particular force majeure provision? And part of your response states that New Mexico Gas Company has not formed an opinion as to what extent FERC has jurisdiction over Keystone. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that's still correct.
So you submitted your responses on September 8th, 2023, and it's still the case that the Keystone doesn't have an opinion as to what extent FERC has jurisdiction over Keystone, the facility and its operations.
New Mexico Gas has not formed an opinion as to what extent FERC has over Kinder Morgan. That's correct.
Do you know whether your lawyers are working on it?
I do not.
I'm asking that because it seems pretty important at this point. Would you agree?
I'm not sure I understand. Why is it? In what sense?
Well, whether the force majeure provision is being lawfully and properly invoked by Keystone would be an important issue to the company, especially since it's losing confidence in the facility, right?
I understand what you're saying now. It is my belief though that the legal team determined that regardless if they were under FERC or not, there was not any single force majeure provision required by FERC. And that the force majeure provision that Keystone has is consistent with provisions that have been approved by FERC for other facilities.
Okay, so I think you just explained the next sentence in your response to bench request number 2 in WRA Exhibit 9. You're saying it's NMGC's understanding that I guess what you're trying, I guess I'm not clear what that second sentence means. It is NMGC's understanding that individual agreements and tariffs have different, though largely consistent, force majeure provisions, and that various provisions have been approved by FERC. And if you could clarify that, it would be helpful. Specifically, I want to know if you know whether the force majeure provision in your agreement with Keystone has been approved by FERC.
I don't know if it has been approved by FERC, but what we're saying here is that it's consistent with force majeure provisions that have been approved by FERC.
Do you know whether it's subject to FERC jurisdiction?
I do not know it. I'm not certain.
Mm-hmm. Please refer to WRA Exhibit 10. We were there earlier when I asked you about the amount of gas stored at Keystone. And please refer to your response to number 6. And your response refers to the force majeure notices issued by Kinder Morgan being made pursuant to Section 11 of the operating statement. And is this the operating statement that is attached to this bench request response in 2100095, and which I included as part of WRA Exhibit 10?
Are you asking, is this the operating statement we provided, or is this their current operating statement?
Is this the one that you provided, and is it current?
If it was included with this bench request response, yes, it's the one we provided, and I believe it is current.
So I move the admission of WRA Exhibit 10.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
WRA Exhibit 10 is admitted.
So, Mr. Bullard, when the hearing examiner was issuing a bench request this morning for the history of Keystone's cuts to the gas it releases for you, or cuts to the gas it releases, on your behalf, I believe you testified that your records might be incomplete because you may not have a record of the times when the company was asked informally to nominate less. Am I understanding that exchange accurately?
I believe so. Yeah. What I'm trying to say there is there are instances when, and it's industry practice under constrained conditions, and not necessarily a force majeure, but constrained conditions, the operator will let us know, or let the individual that's nominating know we have a constrained condition, and we're not going to be able to fulfill that nomination. Here's the amount we can confirm, and so we will nominate to that level so that we're not tying up interstate transportation capacity, so that we're able to get gas from elsewhere and move it along. If we nominate above that, and then they end up cutting us to to what we said we could nominate, we've already tied up that capacity. And then we can't use it until the next nomination cycle, if there is one. And so, yeah, does happen, and it's industry practice. And we had not been keeping a record of that until this past year.
So Kinder Morgan wouldn't have put that on its website for Keystone, those sorts of arrangements?
I don't believe so, no.
I'm just looking at it now.
Are these nomination reductions voluntary?
They're voluntary to the extent that we could nominate more, but then we would get cut. We would likely get cut, and we've tied up that capacity, and so we could nominate. We have the right to nominate to our contracted capacity, but when we get told that we're not going to, they can't meet that, then we don't nominate to that contracted to amount more than they've told us that they can meet, so that we can use that capacity for on the interstate for gas coming from somewhere else.
How do they communicate to you their inability to meet that amount?
It's a phone call.
A phone call.
Yeah, it's a phone call to our gas supply team.
Is it just a mechanism by which Kinder Morgan can avoid calling a force majeure?
That's a good question, and one that we've asked ourselves as well. And I don't know the answer.
So, I mean, like, what would happen if you didn't agree?
They would cut us, and then we might not have the ability to bring gas from elsewhere, because when you nominate the gas, you're also nominating, you're tying up the capacity on the interstate. And so once you nominate it, that capacity is tied up until they confirm. And it can be, there's a lag, and it can be anywhere from next day or 12 hours or 4 hours, depending on if it's day ahead or next day. And so we don't know until they confirm that we're going to get that gas. And so if we nominate more than they've said that they're going to be able to provide, we've tied up the capacity on that interstate, and 4 hours later we don't get it. Now we're short that gas, and we can't get it elsewhere because we're past that nomination cycle. So we have to go to the next nomination cycle and nominate gas from elsewhere. If it's not the last nomination cycle, and if it's available.
And in order to cut you, do they have to invoke the force majeure provision?
Not necessarily. They can also have, I believe, and I'd have to look at the contract, but I believe they can have a strained operating condition, and under those conditions they allocate amongst all the tenants' requests.
So you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So it's typically with a force majeure, I would say, but it's not always. Sometimes it's just related to a constrained condition, a strained operating condition.
And those are reported on the website, actually, aren't they? For the storage facility.
They typically are, yes.
Well, go ahead, Ms. Beatles. I'll come back to it.
Well, you've never tested them. You've never not agreed.
To my knowledge, we have not ever not agreed.
I mean, don't you have any leverage as their largest customer?
We don't have a lot of leverage. I'm not sure we're their largest customer. We're certainly not Kinder Morgan's largest customer. Kinder Morgan has a vast network of pipeline.
Okay, Keystone's largest lessee. Let me ask it that way. Don't you have any leverage as Keystone's largest lessee?
We don't seem to.
Do you know whether Kinder Morgan or whatever entity like owns and operates Keystone? Do you know whether that Keystone entity sells or has the right to sell Keystone gas in the spot market?
I don't know, but I don't believe they do. But I guess I'm not certain.
So Mr. Hearing Examiner, I'm going to go to a different topic. And if you had questions on this, it would be a good time, I suggest respectfully, for you to follow up if you so choose.
Do you mind if I do, Ms. Beatles?
Not at all.
Thank you. So are you being the company, you have access to DART at the Kinder Morgan Gas Storage Company LLC website?
I believe we do, but I'd have to. I mean, that's my gas supply team that gets into that details.
And that's the team when you were talking to Commissioner Ellison about the really complicated process that you need to go through to determine, the purchases on the spot market. It sounds like you have a pretty sophisticated team that does that. You can't possibly do all of that on your own.
Absolutely not.
So how many folks do you have in that department?
I have a good team. It's roughly 10, 11 folks.
And so getting back to the Keystone gas storage website, Kinder Morgan website for natural gas, seems like there's a list here. They list a few, at least one, how many force majeure events? One on the 9th of January this year. There's another at December 16, 2023. Oh, anyway, this goes back as far as October 17, 2023. That's all I would have access to here, just looking at the website. Let me just share this with the group, if I may, to see if I'm at the right place. Just take a second. Does this look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
So some of these events are, force majeure events, obviously, but some others are look at the second entry, Keystone injection limitations. When I click on that, it shows that Kinder Morgan will prorate due to this issue of injection limitations, all nominated quantities in nomination cycles 3 through 5, intraday 1, intraday 2, and intraday 3, that's in parens, for storage injections pursuant to section 6.8 of KGS's operating statement. Then it goes on and gets more specific. But is this the sort of issue or event that doesn't qualify as a force majeure event, but still leads to cuts for the company?
Yeah, I believe so, potentially, yes.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the difference between a first force majeure event and then some of these other issues that lead to constraints or cuts. So this is where your folks would look for postings of notices like this?
Yes, they would. And they would, and if it's a force majeure, we do get an email, so they know right away, but for the rest, they would go to the website, yes.
So under that, what I had clicked on was critical notices, but there are also non-critical notices there. What are these non-critical notices?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that. They're
With this, the first one I clicked on here, let me go back a second, is tariff provisions parameters, KGS confirmation agreement notification agreement, confirmation agreement notification. Could this wouldn't necessarily be gas company, but it could be New Mexico Gas Company that Kinder Morgan's talking about here, right?
it could be, yes, but I'm not familiar with this notification. I'll have to ask my team if they are.
Okay, it's just I'm trying to gain an understanding of you know, the parameters of what we're talking about, and where one might look. This isn't evidence in the case; it's just illustrative of the process where I'm trying to emphasize here. But as far as events, though, for critical events, there's a row count here of 15 listed, and it does list 1, 2, 3, 4 force majeure events since starting. Well, there may be more, but anyway, I see 4 or 5 here going back to November 20th, 2023. Is that consistent with your experience recently?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'll take this off screen and let Ms. Beatles get back to her cross-examination.
Isn't there something called an OFO or operational flow order?
Yes.
And is that different from the list of notices and events that we were just looking at on Keystone's website?
I'll have to ask my team if that is for Keystone. I'm more familiar with the operational flow orders on the pipeline, but it would be similar to constrained conditions or they're related to constrained conditions. Typically, operational flow orders are.
But those are a type of notice that would be issued by the pipeline operators, the interstate pipeline operators. Is that what you're suggesting?
Certainly by the interstate pipeline operators. I'm not, and Keystone may provide those as well. I'm just not as familiar, and I'll need to ask my gas supply team if they also provide operational flow orders. I would suspect that they do.
Okay.
Is anybody on your gas supply team and a witness in this case, Mr. Bullard?
No.
And Ms. Beatles, by the way, I paused your cross-examination for another 2 minutes because I think my foray into the Kinder Morgan website took about 3 minutes. So, but please go ahead.
But you wanted to conclude by 5, or should I continue?
Where are we right now?
We're at 5:01.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have to. Do you have one more? Do you want to ask one more question and then pause after that, or do you want to pause right now?
I'll ask one more question and then pause.
Okay, please go
so
ahead.
Mr. Bullard, I believe you testified earlier that the company does not have any experience operating an LNG storage facility. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right, that was it.
Okay, then I will start you at 22:34, 22 minutes and 34 seconds. I'll just keep the clock right there. I won't touch it. And we will have Mr. Bullard on at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Sorry, Mr. Bullard, we didn't complete you today, but you're that essential a witness, obviously, in this case. And I appreciate all your patience and testimony today. Is there anything else before we recess for the evening? Commissioner O'Connell? Do you have anything?
No, I mean, I really appreciate the process today and learned a lot listening. So I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow morning, Mr. Bullard.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
With that, then we are in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.